nobody could follow him, and there was a coven of hags in there. It was a great job. And
he was surrounded by 3 beautiful women. What are you talking about?
yeah, 3 beautiful hags.
You said bard. I didn't think it mattered for a bard, but okay. I thought bards saw the beauty in everyone.
He made a deal to go back, and the deal meant he had to give a memory to them. But he told them he could make them a memory with his abilities, and they agreed to it, but they wanted the memory to be crafted perfectly, so they proceeded to just show him every nook and cranny of all 3 of themselves, so that he could make a memory.
And by every nook and cranny, I mean they moved bits of flesh to make sure he got the 100% visual of every nook and cranny.
That is pure romance right there. I don't know what you guys are saying.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
And so then he used modified memory to implant a memory into himself of him having a great time with these women. And then they took the memory from him so that they could share it, and he doesn't remember it. And then that hasn't happened yet, but later tonight he's going to use modified memory on himself again to get rid of the memory of seeing those 3 at all.
Well, that is a common coping response, yes. No wonder you have a thing against hags in Baldur's Gate. I was wondering where your prejudice against Brandon came from.
That is where my prejudice came from, yes.
Oh, man, that's fantastic.
Poor Kid Yankee Zarcius is having an alternate reality kind of shiver going, oh no, somewhere in the multiverse, this has gone sideways before. Oh no.
I started on Zarcius. He looks pretty good so far.
It's also weird that my characters are the only characters that never die, because Rothan's still alive, Zarcius is still alive, Fenris is still alive.
Why would you say that?
Now he's gonna die.
I've said this several times, and I'm still living. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's like, you know how Bloody Mary has to be said 3 times?
I don't know. That doesn't work, but the Biggie Smalls thing does for sure.
The only thing that ever backfires in my face is when I'm bragging about something, then I immediately fail. So as long as I don't brag about it, it's fine.
Is my background working?
Yes.
Yep.
That was Elvis sneeze.
By the way, I wish that I could give extra inspiration to Valgren, because since you told Rothan to share his story, I have streamed that entire story. That's been fantastic.
Wait. Well, you can't give extra inspiration to me either, because Rothan already has it and Zarcius already has it. You should give inspiration
I have given
somewhere.
everybody in this particular game inspiration today. As I was redoing all the characters, everybody has inspiration, because I fucked up a lot of characters 2 months ago. Hey, you guys survived.
Hey,
it's fine.
Dad.
We survived even when the odds were against us.
I was wondering why I had an inspiration point. I was like, I don't remember having that.
You see it?
At least. See what?
Why is that popping back up?
I do see it. Nice.
It looks pretty good so far.
It does.
Just
need some purple flare in there.
You want me to put purple in his eyeballs? Purple and green?
That would be great, actually.
Okay.
Zarcius is Dragonborn, right?
Satyr.
No, he's Satyr. Yeah.
Satyr. Okay. I love satyrs.
Here, I'll post it in the other channel. It looks pretty good.
It made sense for Bard to be a satyr there, because they love revelry, and that magical resistance is unbeatable, especially for a magic user.
Hells yeah.
Fuck that shit.
You get that with the Yuan-Ti as well.
All right, kids. Let's have some funsies. What the fuck? How is that fine, but you can't fucking log in? This fucking piece of goddamn shit.
Yeah. There, I put it in the art channel. It looks pretty good so far.
Look at him.
He's looking really nice. It's a big improvement from starting with Real Fun to now.
Yeah, you've grown a lot. I still have to say though that Feist is my favorite thing you've ever done. I love her little teeths.
So far, it's the best one.
I love her teeths. How do I drag my character sheet down to the macro bar again?
Take your picture and drag.
I mean, you could, or I mean, C opens up the character sheet. E makes a little slidey bar over.
No, I know, but I like it on the hotbar too.
I don't know if that's a thing anymore in 11. Somebody else will have to let you know. I don't know.
It is. You just go into your actor, the actor tab, go down to your character sheet, drag and drop like you do anything else.
Gracias, mi amor. Oh my god. And I actually have a mouse that works, so I can click on things without fucking around with it for 15 minutes. Oh, this is nice. And Miranda, I know you're gonna love this. It's pink and it glows.
Oh my god.
Matches your headset.
All right. So while our resident tentacle mommy is doing a couple things for me, the whisper macro and that RP check-in macro, both those still work. So if you have issues, fucking use the tools available to you. Speak up, let peeps know. And yeah, because shit can get really, really weird in this gosh darn campaign. Gosh darn campaign. Who wants to? Oh wow, that Zarsius is really good.
It's
You
looking
added
nice
color.
so far.
Yeah, you added some colors and
It
some
really is.
Who wants to give the recap on what the fuck did Jinx do last time without her brother's supervision?
Oh god.
That's all last episode was.
It really was.
Adventures of Jinx.
That's right.
It really was.
Ugh.
Don't worry, you're just gonna have one of these every 10 episodes.
I'm getting
Bullshit.
one of
Every
them-
other episode.
I'm getting one of them like kid leashes. I'm gonna put it on her. See if that does something to help things out.
You know what? I'm going to invent one just for this campaign.
Thank you. An arcane monkey child leash, please.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Monkey?
I've never
You know-
seen a monkey, but I imagine that they got them long tails I heard about, so I think that would be useful. But
You know, I had a
Like a
curse
wolf.
that did that one time, but that still didn't really, hinder her from going anywhere. Hinder that player from going anywhere.
I'm sure that Devin could come up with something.
after this, Wit sits down with Devin. I need something, and I need to be real strong.
Okay.
I also need it very particularly to be able to cast Find Object, but specifically on Jinx.
That ring, that's a good locator thing.
Oh, that's a good thing. I don't have that spell. Maybe I should think about that one.
Mhm.
Ugh. Oh man. These notes are because they're jump back and forth are the worst.
Where does it start? I always have that's the hardest part. Where does a single episode start? Because it all runs together for me.
I've
We
We
got
started with you,
we had
I'm
gotten
pretty sure.
back
Yeah.
to the castle and everybody kind of did their thing.
The first
Just-
note I have down is
Yeah.
Devin is making cool shit with
Yeah.
Jinx's feathers.
and
yeah.
Trix was training, and just everybody kind of did their own thing. And then, if I remember right, the next morning, we were all kind of still doing our own thing, waiting for Val to get done, and Jinx runs off to go exploring for tunnels and ends up in a tunnel, takes the shiny things, opens up a lava pit. Rothan feels a oh shit in his tummy. She almost gets ate by a gelatinous cube. Let's see how much I was paying attention. Some sort of cube thing, and she couldn't get back out. Then Wade noticed she was missing. So everybody was recruited to look for Jinx, except for Trix.
Because Trix is sitting with Valgwyn's dead body across a river of lava.
And Rothan is perfect at not telling people the things they don't need to know.
All the rolls really sucked. The dice hated us, so y'all couldn't find anything. At one point there was like this earthquake thing after Jinx took a scale, and then the banging at Valgwyn stopped. So Trix went over to Rothan and met with Rothan, and there was a big fire pit, and Trix kept going till it was too hot, which never ended too hot. So she ended up clothesless without any clothes again, which at this point is pretty normal. And she got to the forge and found Valgwyn breathing but not responsive. So she dragged him out of the door but left him there and just kind of sat down while everybody else finally figured out that Jinx went through a crack in the wall that got paved over. And now everybody's down in these tunnels looking for Jinxie in the old dragon graveyard that belongs to Dragon Daddy.
Everybody but Misery because of a miscommunication between Rothan and Misery.
Jinxie went into her ring and nobody can find her. Did I miss anything? Was I paying attention? I don't know. I'm trying to remember.
That's everything I have, and I'm now concerned about the order that I wrote things down in, but also I have arrows like scooping.
But I jumped around quite a bit there too, though.
Oh, a little bit.
You got it. I think you covered everything aside from the stealing. You got the stealing the feet, which was really important, and the dragons turning the skeletons turning black. And they're made out of that same starstone stuff. And something
that we don't know about.
That we don't know. Nobody actually knows. Because we stupid.
But in my defense, I was training. I'm now fire, and I have no clothes
again,
and naked again.
And we ended up in like a star-shaped room with different passages heading out different directions, blocked by gates. That's the last note that I have.
Oh, and Ro had every opportunity to tell me what was going on and didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, with the mosaic.
I mean, that's just the way I roll,
God damn it, Rothan.
You don't ask, you don't get information.
I do ask you, and I still don't get information.
I didn't even know something was amiss.
Exactly. You didn't even know.
I went across the fire, Ro didn't. I'm like, okay, whatever. He couldn't come across.
Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and a camel.
And we already got Misery to facepalm. It's great.
And see.
I feel like we win for the day, really.
Well, because this is probably the only win we're going to have for the day. The rest of us are going to be eaten by gelatinous cubes, and you're going to have more graveyard posts on the side of your screen. So it's perfect. We're fine. Everything's fine.
All right. Well, everybody has inspiration. I'm sure that's not going to be needed anytime today. As I let you guys all know, we did all the stuff because we're on version 11. Man, the vision stuff is so fucking cool. It really is. There's an actual difference between dark vision, devil sight, blind sight, tremor sense. I was playing with it earlier today. It's cool. It's interesting. I think, yeah, that you guys that the recap was pretty good. It's pretty good. Other than for whatever reason that hole got patched up, and That was the bitch to find. But we're gonna start with Trix. Trix, I need you to give me a perception check.
And it begins.
Cool. Misery, after about 15 to 18 minutes of after you can't hear the chuckle fox in the crack a hole anymore, you let Sir Godfrey know, hey, don't patch this up, and you begin to climb down the hole. So as you climb down, and you just have to squeeze through, although not really, you're kind of a lithe build, so you're able to get through with relative ease, I'll say. And going when it transforms or changes from an obvious crack and downward crevice through the foundation almost of this castle, it changes into a perfectly cubed 5x5 hall. Perfectly 90-degree angles into a nice corner. There is no dust, no dirt, no debris, no scuff marks. The walls are perfectly smooth. Now you can hear echoes of voices that you can tell is some distance ahead of you. But it's not enough to know what is actually being said. You just know there's voices. And you begin to march forward, I assume? Yeah, sure, why not? Excellent. So, as you move forward and going down and down and down, and you're kind of keeping a general eye out, trying to figure out what the chuckle fuck is going on around here. Well, it's kind of the thing, right? It's kind of the chuckle fuck thing.
Yeah, it's always right.
This is fun. What's this sound like?
Oh no.
That sounds good. Ooh, that's not where I was expecting that to come out of. Whoopsies. There we go.
That was loud.
I had to turn that down.
That's the playlist.
Yeah.
Make sure you guys have the playlist down.
I don't hear anything. Is that in Foundry or Discord?
That's in Foundry.
Foundry.
Oh,
It was
wait, I don't
really
hear anything.
loud.
I might have turned
Turn
it
the
all the way
playlist
down,
up.
so I didn't hear right.
I have my playlist on one notch up. I have ambient interface sound effects, only one notch up.
Where is... There we go. Yeah, that's why, and it's not quite loud enough.
I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything at all, actually. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I have mine at like 30%.
It's actually... yeah, I gotta get it up to like 30 to hear anything.
Oh, well, okay. You guys, adjust it however you need. So as you continue down this area, you hear these voices again. You're fairly certain it's your kids at this point, but again, you just don't know what's really being said. You get to eventually you get to a T, an intersection where you can go left or you can go right. However, the voices are echoing from both sides at this point. So you don't know what direction to go. So which direction would you like to go? Left or right? As you look down both hallways, they seem identical. Still this very square 5x5 presence. Let me put them like this. 5x5 by 5 by 5. Again, perfectly 90 degrees. It's not like It's not like even rubbed, like circular or anything at the corners. No, it's perfect. And again, no dirt, no dust, no debris, no footprints, no handprints, no traces of, no physical traces of the anybody or anything has even been here. Left or right?
I'm gonna go right.
Okay. As you turn right and you begin to make your way there, you hear the voices still. It's a bit muffled, and with your range of dark vision, you can tell that at the edge of your dark vision, so the 120 feet away, something's not quite right. The way that it looks, like it's distorted, as though the hallway beyond, again, you're right at the edge of your vision. And it seems like as you're getting closer to that distortion, it's like it's like looking at it through water almost. It's strange. It's distorted. That sound is still very muffled.
It sounds like she found a puddle to summon her tentacles out of.
What the audio keeps going back up.
Oh yeah, it changed songs. That's why.
You did. Yeah, sorry. I was like
I was not meaning to do that. Sorry.
very distracted. No, you're good.
It's gonna change back.
Okay.
So it might get real loud again real quick, and then it'll dumb back down. Sorry.
That's it. Oh, I'm trying to. My brain words are not working.
Do you want to get closer? Do you want to back away? You want to try the other hallway? What would you like to do?
So how far? So you said it's at the edge of it.
It's at the edge of your dark vision, yeah. So like when you first noticed that there was a strange distortion. So I imagine you probably walked another 20 or 30 feet before you realized, no, something's really weird, and maybe stopped. So I'm gonna say it's 90-ish feet, whatever this weird distortion is.
Is there?
And it fills the space perfectly.
Like fills the okay. Oh, like I'm trying to think of the way I want to ask, but my brain is not here. Oh God. Um.
Did you stop? Yeah. Okay. It seems to be moving slowly away from you. Very, very slowly. As though it's continuing down this particular tunnel.
Okay. Oh man. Sorry, give me one second.
You're good?
Hmm.
Um, like inches. Not in any hurry. It doesn't, whatever this distortion is, it doesn't seem to care about you yet. Rothan, why is half your face gone?
Sorry, looking at stuff over here on my other screen.
Like, only this much of you is visible The rest is all empty space. This is what's visible. Do you want to shoot it? Do you want to poke it? Do you want to follow it? Do you want to check out the other hallway? Do you want to tap dance? Do you want to flash your titties at it? I got it. You want to make out with it.
That tracks.
Misery makes it back to the rest of it. No, that does not track for Misery. She's the only one in this group that wouldn't make out with a gelatinous cube.
Hey, you don't know what that is.
It's a spicy
Oh, sorry,
kiss.
my bad. A spicy vortex in space.
That's correct. Moving very slowly.
A really slow, spicy vortex in space. I wonder if that means it'd be a slow kisser.
Probably deep and methodical.
Wouldn't be a lot of tongue for long.
Or maybe because it's so slow, it would be a lot of tongue for long. You're going to go the other way.
Yes.
Okay, easy enough to do. Turning around, heading back, tra-la-la-la. You come to a point where you can either go left or go forward. I think you're saying you're going to go forward, but I can't hear you.
That's because I accidentally muted myself.
Haha!
So, since thank God I am at least somewhat not directionally challenged going backwards, I'm gonna go forward.
Excellent choice. So you go forward and you follow that hallway, and it goes down and loops to the right. And again, even as it moves, like the tunnel barely shifts, just ever so slightly, a little bit at a time, to give you that way. So you know that these things are really long. It's not like a sharp turn. Or if there is, the turns are always met at a 90. It's like, and then there's no rounded. And even the ones that are rounded are just like really, like, take forever, these turns. Always keeping that sharp, crisp 5x5. Still going down though. And you can see up ahead at the edge of your vision that there's definitely a kind of opening. And there is a little bit of lights or color coming from that. You definitely, as you're this far, do not hear the echo of voices anymore. It seems to have died at this point, but you know, maybe they're just dead or trapped or stuck in a cone of silence. You know, who knows? So, do you continue going into whatever that strange light-looking stuff is?
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Okay. So as you go in there, you can see that in the center of this massive underground open space is this what looks like skeletal question mark remains of a dragon, except they kind of have a rainbow sheen to them. But you can tell it's I mean, it's definitely bigger than your kid. Not as big as Argynvost was. But, you know, whenever you saw him in dragon form, definitely bigger than your kid, though. So, you know, that's, you know, your kid's this big, Argynvost is this big, right? So this thing is like, maybe this big.
Oh, so
If we're doing comparisons.
Like an
maybe
adolescent.
Maybe a young adolescent. But you can see that there's a lot of some kind of moss or something that looks just dead and withered away, with just barely any tiny bits that are still glowing. But you don't see your kids this direction.
Okay.
Do you go back to the strange vortex warp thing? You scream really loudly. Do you mention how you're gonna whoop some ass whenever you find these fucking kids back again? Trix, as you're still talking to yourself, why don't you go ahead and give me another perception check? I will wait for her to come back, because that's not exactly what happens. There's something blocking her, all right. Cool, 14. Excellent. That's good, that's good. As the strange, light that isn't really a sunlight in this area is like darkening, going down, and you're just, telling Valgwyn all about the things that have happened in the 6 days since he's been forging. You see a kind of strange glimmer in the lava. Of all things. A little glimmer.
Is it just is it just tiny? It
I
just
mean,
sparkle?
in
Yeah.
comparison to you, yes. But something in the lava, just maybe about if you're there, that's 10, probably about 35, 40 feet out away from this house. I used house, but the forge area. So it would be beyond the green grass safe zone,
Okay.
where the lava is solidifying. So there's not a whole lot of lava left. There are now some rock that has begun to, lava hardens up, becomes rock.
Mm-hmm.
So you figure like probably sometime tomorrow it'll probably be be safe enough for you to be able to carry Valgwyn across if you decide to, or not. And then there is this shine and just a little bit of lava. And you don't know where you're at. You don't know what it is.
I definitely, yeah. Oh, wood tricks, yeah.
You don't know?
Trying to pull a tricks without pulling a Porsche. Shut up. I would very cautiously go check it out.
Okay. What do you do with your giant sword?
Oh, it comes with me.
Okay. So giant sword that you're having to lug through. Okay. How do you hold the giant sword as you're going towards this? Remember, the sword's heavy as fuck. It's 250 pounds by itself. So it's not exactly something you can just one hand.
Oh, I'm carrying it with both hands. That's not what I almost said.
Or over the shoulder, but there's still a lot of weight on one side of your body.
Okay. And then I would. Oh. And then I would leave it with Balgwin and go check it out.
Okay. Do you place it like on top of Ogwyn, crushing him to death? Do you just set it next to him?
I just kind of set it next to the forge. Like, it does not crash.
So against the building is what you're saying, because it's not going to fit inside. Easy enough. Yeah. You can easily take it, like stab it into the ground, lean it against, as you go walking across. The first couple of steps you take, the rock crumbles. There's definitely lava still there. It doesn't look like everything has solidified. As you start wading through it to get to there, you can tell it's like the bit of sparkle that you saw is just, it looks like gold. It looks like a tiny section of gold. What do you do?
Would I even know what gold looks like?
Yeah, you know exactly what gold looks like.
Being in Barovia. Okay. Can I pull it out?
Yeah.
How far? Oh, I pull it out.
Okay, cool. So you, as you grab it and you begin to pull, you're like, what the hell? It's super thick lava. So it, even though, like, you know, for you fucking 17 million fucking strength that you have, it takes you maybe 45 or so seconds as you pull this golden thing out of the lava. You realize it's Carol's painting. And painting from a god cannot melt or burn.
Yeah, I get really like teary-eyed as I kind of hold the painting dear.
The gold is the trim around the edge of the painting. As you take your painting and go where?
Oh man! So how long have I been sitting here?
It started to get dark. That's not saying much in Barovia, but it's starting to get dark.
If I head back towards my sword and Balgwin at this is still breathing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems that way.
As long as he's breathing, I mean, that's all that really matters. Maybe. So hang on. So I grab my sword and I go towards my room to get ready for bed.
Just leaving Valgwin there.
Yes.
Okay.
As long as he's still breathing, I'll come
right.
check on him in the morning.
So you go back over, grab the sword, hiv it up and over, grab your painting, hiv that up and over, and just start splashing through some lava to get to the other side. Kind of like shake the lava off, and then naked, carrying a massive painting and a massive sword, you go back to your room.
Yep.
Excellent.
How big is this painting? Because I didn't think of it as massive painting. I thought of it as it was at least small enough I could fit in my backpack.
It seems like it grows like you grow and shrink. It's a painting from the god of giants. It adjusts to be big for you.
Okay. And then when I get back to my room, I would definitely see if I can't make some makeshift clothes with either sheets or curtains or something of that in my room.
Okay, so when you come into the castle itself, you realize, like, there's a bunch of undead looking at the north side of the main entryway there, next to some stairs where there is a hole in the wall, and you don't see your allies / friends anywhere.
Do I care enough about a hole in the wall?
A bunch of undead watching the hole. You tell me, Trix. You tell me.
I know, that's what I just did a roll on if I care enough.
I mean, you did just get your painting back.
I did.
So did you roll with a disadvantage?
No, but give me a minute. If I roll at disadvantage, I don't care.
Okay, so you just go straight to your room.
My original roll was, I would say in Draconic, what's going on, but, roll at disadvantage, I don't care.
Well,
I
there
take
you
my
go.
pretty painting.
There you go.
That feels like such a Portia moment. But I feel like Trix wouldn't really care if there's no immediate danger.
Doesn't seem to be.
Then off I go.
I mean, the castle's been in destroyed state for a few days. This wall could have easily just fallen down for whatever reason, and they're maybe in the process of repairing it. Don't
And
care.
everybody's been doing their own thing for the last 24 hours anyway. So
100%. 100%.
they'll come get me if they need me.
True. I
They
would
really
say
won't,
that, like,
but-
in your room, you probably have, new bed sheets from the last time you took a bed sheet to be your clothes. So you could probably still do the same thing. And, maybe in the morning somebody, or, 2-3 days, if they're still alive, somebody can fabricate some shit for you. Who knows? Maybe not. Misery, as you turn around and you start walking back the way you came, beyond the edge of your dark vision, so further than 120 feet to where you can't see, and distance doesn't make sense. Like, it's hard to tell distance whenever things are just black, right? You can see ahead of you 2 small blue orbs. And I'm talking small. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that this hallway is not lit and just completely black, you would not have noticed. Small black orbs, or blue, excuse me, small blue orbs. Black hallway. Again, distance and darkness, hard to tell. And it's beyond your dark vision sight. Like, from this distance, they could be tiny marbles. They could be will-o-wisps from 300 feet away. Could be the burning eyes of a flaming skull. No, they do not appear to be moving. But by the distance you've traveled, you know that they are at that T intersection, whatever these 2 small blue orbs are. Do you wish to get closer? To where they are, whatever they are, at least within your vision? Okay. As you begin to make your way going closer, you see that every now and then, for a split second, these small blue orbs disappear and reappear. And you're not sure if you're getting closer or they're getting closer, or how this is working out. But eventually you get to that point where these orbs are within the 120 feet. And when you do, what you see is a 3-foot tall, lightly gray-skinned, wearing these small, like, silver slippers, black pants, and a white kind of fluffy shirt. These blue eyes that are piercing, and these small nubs of horns, and this long hair that is white with streaks of red, looking back at you. A little boy.
Okay.
Okay. You get a little closer. The boy just continues to look at you. Cocks its head off to the side, all staring at you. As you get even closer, he lifts up an arm and a hand towards you. To hold his hand. So when you grab his hand, it's very warm. And slightly rough, almost scale-like. As he goes, Mother, they're not supposed to be down here. Nobody
No,
should
they're
be down
not.
here. Shall we go get them? And he begins to pull you down towards the way you had already come that had the strange warping thing. So while you're heading down, Team Stargates,
Hey.
as you are at, again, one of these strange gates that seems to be made of that same rock that the back half of the dragon in the room before was made out of. The space between, and it's just a gate that seems like that it's come down like a portcullis almost, and you can see through it, but the space in between the bars is barely enough for the smallest of you to get your wrist through. And it's just past that you see one raven feather that Wit instantly recognizes. And again, so what you can see is in the center of this room, this pentagram-like room, you are at one spoke, if you will, and you can see there are 4 other spokes. You can tell this is definitely a star pattern, and this is where the other halls seem to meet. And the center is kind of depressed a little bit. So it's smoothed out and maybe comes down about 3 inches before being smooth surface again. So it's almost like a step down in the center of this star-like area. And on all of those sections, all of those spokes, if you will, have this gate down. You don't see any other feathers, any other signs, and just like the hallways that you have been through, there's no dust, no dirt, no physical signs that anything or anyone has come down here. It is still that 5x5 perfect corner section.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. The star-based room is beyond the gate that we're stuck at.
You are like the tips of the star. If you just draw a fucking star, let's see if I can draw a damn star. But let me draw. What's this do? Like do.
That was a faux pas. I'm not really rolling death saves. Don't worry.
I was like,
Okay. So this is the
Okay,
center.
hit it again.
This is the center. You guys are like from here.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see 4 other sections that also have gates.
And we're on the other side of the gate?
You are on one of these. You don't know which one. You're on one of these legs.
Okay,
There's
but
a
my question
gate
is
here.
the gate behind us or in front of us?
The gate is facing the center of the star.
I'm confused.
Okay, don't
As in,
think
we're
of the
standing
points.
here,
No.
and the
So
gate is here, and we can see the other gates around.
This is a gate. This is a
Yeah.
gate. This is a gate.
we're-
This is a gate. This
so
is
you
a
would be
gate.
coming
You
in.
guys are
from,
here.
Yeah. So the
This is
gate
you.
is.
Here.
The
Where's
gate's in front of us.
So the
And there's
gate,
a
that's all
round
I'm
middle,
asking.
yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
in front of us or behind
You're
us?
here. You're here. There's the gate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We
Cat, you're
can't
muted.
get to the center of the room. The gate is in front of us. And in
Yeah.
front of us is where the feather is that we can see.
Correct.
Beyond the gate. Yeah.
There's a
Beyond
feather
the
right there.
Yes.
There's a Jinx feather over there.
There's Jinx
Okay.
where the Jinx feather is.
All right. So, how badly do we want to get through this gate?
I mean, it's the only side of Jinx that we got. I would assume that she meant she went this way somehow. There must be a way to open it if she managed to get a feather in there. I want to start looking around the edges, see if there's like a toggle or a switch or something.
Investigation roll.
Oh, good. I'm so good at these guys. I'm brilliant. I'm fucking brilliant. Oops, I only need to click that once.
Watch you drop like
I mean,
the fattest
you
20.
did pick the investigator background, and you
know,
are trained.
You did just jinx me, see? Oh, damn it.
Jinx.
No.
Search for Jinx.
Jinx,
we've
jinx
got- We've rolled 2 die here, and it's all been under. It's all been a 10 or under. This is not a good day.
Are there places to grab the gate though? Like there's bars that I could grab and lift it potentially.
So the only bars that you see are vertical. You don't see any horizontal bars. And again, the vertical ones, there's only enough space for the smallest of you to barely get your hand through. So for you, Rothon, that's basically your fingers.
Devin, can you trade out with
Like,
me? You're
Can you squeeze your hand through to be able to get around and hold on to these bars, Rothon? You sure as shit can. You know it's going to hurt coming back out, though.
Wait. Do you think that in Jinx's raven form that they could even fit through this?
Nah, if big guy over here can't even get a finger through, then there's no way that bird would be able to fit. That's why I'm thinking there's got to be a way to open it.
Let's face it, the gates were probably not shut until Jinx came down here.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
I think that's quite fair, but I don't think that changes that we got to get through there.
I wonder if Jinx shut these before they went through, and there's no breeze through here, right? Out of character.
No breeze.
No breeze through here.
Nope.
If I call up, like, not to like cast anything, but if I call up like some of my magic, like a cantrip on the, do I feel it, or is it getting sucked away like in the other room?
Explain to me where you're at when you're doing this.
I would, if I'm looking for traps and stuff, not traps, I'm sorry. If I was looking for, why can't I move my character? I can't move him apparently.
Just you can just ping if you want to.
I was assuming if I was
X
looking
still
at
works.
the if I was looking at the bars, I was right up here.
Can you really not move your character?
Nope. Maybe I can't. Maybe I'm on the wrong thing. I could.
No, I
target
can't.
people.
I can't even.
move
I can't
my
even do it. Yeah.
What about that one?
Well, I know. You
Sorry.
just moved him for me. Nope, can't move that one either.
What the fuck?
Technical difficulty.
Why the hell not? Try now?
Change free movement. Oh, look, now I can do my thing. All right, here we go. Yeah, that'd be about where he'd be at if he was looking for toggles and stuff like that. I'm assuming he'd be up close.
Why this is not on free movement, I don't care. Let's just do this so everybody can move their fucking shit. Sorry, guys. Didn't realize.
All good.
I'm sorry, Wit. I cannot have more than one door open at one time. Please re-explain what you were saying.
I've already kind of forgotten what we were talking
Where
about.
are you? Where are you when you're trying your hoobity hobbity doobity dobbities?
So gate's right here. I'm right here. Then right up on it.
Excellent. It's harder for you to do.
Okay.
You are having to normally a cantrip is just boop, and there it is. But you're like,
I'm gonna run.
and then it comes up, but it's like fizzled.
I'm gonna run an experiment. I'm gonna back up behind Devin and do the same thing. See if I can get a little bit of light.
It's a little easier.
So, you see that, Devin?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means. I was thinking I have a spell that I can cast it. I'd be able to hoppy skip into that room all by myself, but now I'm not sure I can cast anything.
Why don't you shift and see if it changes? If it's more difficult.
If I can shift? All right. I'll shift into the hybrid form so I don't have to put down my stuff.
Okay.
Can I do it?
Yeah, seems to work just fine.
Okay. I'll shift back into non-winged form.
If
Seemed normal.
If we really want to get through this gate, I can't do a lot, but I can explain what you guys can do to possibly get it open while I look around. I'm going to hand them 2 needle daggers. Thank you, Valerie. And my rope, and explain how to tie the rope with the needle daggers at the bottom of the gate and at the top of the gate, that you can then use someone else's rope, or another rope, to use those 2 points of leverage to hold the rope and lift it up if you tie it all correctly together. It's going to take some time for them to do that, and I'll explain it. And while they're doing that, I'll look around to see if there's a way to open the gate.
Aren't you quite a smart man there?
I'm not entirely convinced that Jinx went any further than this room. Can we see past those other gates out of character? Just kind of standing at the gate, how far can I see into some of these?
You see the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a hallway that keeps going, a hallway that keeps going, a hallway that keeps going. And you would only see like a little bit of this before you see wall. It just looks identical to the room that you're in. Or to the hallway that you're in. Excuse me, you're not in a room.
Why would there be a feather, Devin, if she hadn't gone any further? I'm doing the thing that Rothan told me, the needle daggers.
And I'm just kind of poking around and the wheels are turning.
Okay.
Looking around, poking around.
Yeah, taking a look around and see if I can spot like a mechanism that maybe set these things off that you can reverse to unset the gates off.
Yeah, give me an investigation roll, Rothund. Roll Thund.
Smart boy.
Oh, Roll Thund.
It is going to be great.
As you're just really kind of like looking at things around, kind of take a stock, like, as you're explaining how to do this strange rope trick thing that the DM has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Sure, we're going to say it may or may not do a thing. And you're looking for any sort of like levers or fucking bricks to push or any indication of something being different. And as you're looking around, you can see, if you weren't so fucking detailed, that on this hallway there is maybe about a 10 by 10 section of floor that is just not level with the rest of the floor on that side, as though it was depressed.
Okay. Before we waste our time any further with this gate, because this may not even work, do one of you think you have an ability, like spell or something, to lift a brick in the floor? Because now I'm going to point as carefully as I can. Right over there, looks like one brick is just pushed down further than the rest.
And it's over here. Here, I'll move Misery. Misery is where the brick's at.
It's farther down into the floor.
Mhm.
Let me see what kind of magic I got.
How many feet-ish away does it look like it might be?
$15 to $20, not far.
15 to 20. I am going to try to summon Mage Hand, but I want to try to summon it just over the brick.
Okay. You go to summon. Where are you when you go to summon Mage Hand?
Probably fairly close to the gate, within 5 feet,
Okay,
because I want to make sure Mage Hand can reach.
sure. Nothing happens. You summon Mage Hand and the magic is instantly gone from you.
I'm going to back up away from the gate. Oh, hold on. How does this work? Let me think. Please, I'll continue with whatever else.
Well, so I got an idea if that don't work. Does it look like a separate kind of brick from everything else, or does it look like a part of the floor?
I would
Yes
assume
to
it's
both of
separate.
those.
Yeah.
All right, so
You
there's
can tell that
half-
if it was smooth, you probably would not have seen it without really, really, really looking for it.
So, Dev, you give it your shot. I got a spell. It kind of lets me make objects move, and if it's a separate, I can manage pretty huge objects, actually, in all honesty. But it has to be kind of separate from the rest of it. So if it is a distinct, like it's a boulder or a brick or something under there, I might be able to, give a little bit of its own life and see if I can help it move that way.
I don't think mine's going to work. I want to double check around us and make sure there's no similar piece, since we're on a
Give me your own
similar...
investigation roll over here. Yeah, that's fine.
That's real smart there, Devin.
Yep.
I'm gonna back out of the way. So.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do my +5, wherever the thing is. I can't even find it.
Plus the keys.
Yeah, there it is. +5. Usability. There we go.
Whoa.
My super smartness just
Oh,
happened.
what was that?
Your glittering intellect.
You visibly see the irises go like turning clock.
It's like one of those anime eyes when they get the like shing in the dark or
Oh
whatever.
my god.
Anime eyes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it brings you to a 21 total. You don't see anything like that on this side.
You know, if we get this open, I really don't want us to go through and knock the gates down again and trapping us in the middle. I think that if Jinx went through, they probably came out.
They definitely found a way out of the room, but did they go in the direction that the brick is in over there? There is a path over there.
Maybe there's a separate path if we backtrack.
Did we see any separate paths? Wasn't it just the path
We
to the
were
left, path to the right, and that was it?
but we only took F.
You guys only went right. You guys never went left.
We never went left.
I mean, I'll do what y'all think best. If you want to head back and check out the path left and see if we find her that way before we mess around with arcane gates, I'm all right with that. Anything that eats magic makes me a little nervous, but
I'd rather not be rendered.
wait, let me check something real quick. I'm gonna go up and I'm smaller than Rothen, so I'm assuming that I can at least well, I don't know if I can put my hand through there, but can I get my hands through it all, or just?
Yeah, you can get you just through the bars, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna kind of hold on for a second and yell, Jinx! As loud as I can. Jinxie!
Cool. Misery.
Nothing's gonna go wrong with that.
As you and you and Rogier are coming down that right-hand pathway, you can see up ahead there's that strange warpage again. But Rogier doesn't seem afraid or concerned in any shape or form. And he continues leading you down that hallway. And as you two get close to this, you see it bend and change as though creating an opening for you two to walk through.
Okay.
And what you realize is this thing's not just a 5x5 cube. This particular thing is 30 feet long. This thing is big. And you can see there are bones and other weird shit in the goo all around, and you're having to hunch a little bit. You're a little bit taller than 5 feet, so you're having to hunch a bit. And he's just very confidently leading you through. And you hear Wit's Jinx through the hallway as you and Rogier make your way into a large open cavern again. And in the center of this cavern, you see this much larger dragon skeleton than what you saw in the previous section. You can see the front half, is made out of starstone. But it's a darker color, as though more refined or pure than the rod that you had seen. You can only imagine how much more this does or doesn't do in regards to magic, considering the rod that you had. I mean, you were casting things and other shit was happening, or it was significantly stronger. You can just feel the hairs on the back of your neck kind of stand on end as you recognize what this is and what the potential destruction could be. And you can see all around that mosaic tile explaining what Barovia used to look like, what it looks like now, how potentially a silver dragon that looks just like Argynvost, maybe that's a lineage thing, and Strahd at one point maybe were allies for something, and then became enemies. And then now Barovia is what it is now. You can see that the half the dragon is this strange black onyx-like rock, or obsidian-like rock, which you don't really know too much about because you've never seen it. You've only seen the Starstone rod. And again, you can hear the nonsense, if you will, of Wit screaming for Jinx, and Rogier is leading you in that direction. All right, Wit, You stick your hands through. You're shouting for Jinx. And you hear your voice just echo and echo and echo and echo and echo. No response.
Huh. All right, let's go. Follow you guys.
As we start heading back, what does Jinx normally do when they're in trouble? And I'm still sort of looking for a reflection. I'm going to use my light and look for a reflection of that silver, like I said before.
Okay. Give me a perception check. As you guys turn around and are heading back down the hallway, you see Misery and a little boy. Now, when you guys see this little boy, I need all of you to give me an insight roll.
It may take me a few minutes to catch up with them because I'm definitely taking the rope back, which is going to take me a second to untangle.
Dude, they started listening to you and then got off track. It's not going to take you long in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
They went from doing physical to magical and investigatical that they were like...
Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't even take you 30 seconds to pick that back up, chuck it in your bag, turn around, see this insight roll.
Hey, fucking
Nice. Devin, Wit, Rotha. Very good. All right. The way that this boy carries himself, all of you just instinctively like have this feeling of royalty, nobility, but not corruptedly so. One who just... There's more of a gentleness to his noble air. And Rothan, you know immediately who this is. Immediately you know who this is.
Someone I've seen before.
You saw a much younger version. This one's a little bit physically older now. And he goes, "You're all not supposed to be here."
I kind of figured that since I got a really bad feeling, which is why we came down here to get Jinx, because I don't want her down here doing whatever she's doing.
I don't
sense her.
She came down here somewhere. Unless there's a way out that you know about.
Did she have her ring with her?
She always does. She never leaves that thing behind. I'm sorry, we haven't met. Misery.
Oh, you know what? Let me give introductions, since I don't even think I told you what he looks like, Misery, and I'm going to properly introduce him. I have his name written down. It's going to take me a second to find it, so I'm just going to ignore it.
Regier.
Thank you. This is Lord Regier, Misery. You know who Regier is because I've told you that before. Wit, Devin. He's the son of the Lord of the Castle, so aka younger Lord.
Same as the little dragon that came running up your skirts when we got home. Alright, well, nice to meet you, little prince, again. I apologize for treading on what definitely isn't burial ground, but I gotta find my damn sister. I can't leave here without her.
Greetings, Prince. And then going around the room a little further. If there's nook and crannies on the wall, it'd be...
As you are looking about and around, fucking natural goddamn 20. Fuck, it was supposed to be a hard check. Under the tail, there's just a little glimmer of something. And it's odd because not only is it reflective in your light, but you swear it's moving. Like almost vibrating.
I'm gonna
Like something's trapped inside and trying to get out and can't.
I'm gonna stand back a little bit. Is it under the tail that's black or under the
Yes.
tail that's blue?
Under
It's
the tail, it's
black.
black.
Oh crap. I'm gonna take out my little forceps that I use in my alchemical kit and go closer with the forceps and try to pull whatever it is out with the forceps very carefully to try not to move the dragon tail itself too much.
Okay. You grab the whatever the shiny thing is with the forceps, pull it out. You can see it's the silver ring, and pop! There's Jinx.
Oh.
Oh my God! Hi guys, what are you doing here? Did you hear the voices too? This place is crazy.
I'm
Damn it.
gonna take the silver ring and I'm gonna pass it over to Jinx and put it in
She
my
takes
hand.
it, puts it back on. Thanks.
I think we found Jinx and we should potentially head back now.
Oh, do
Yeah,
you know the way out?
you
I know the way out.
And I'll start heading back to the path that I marked, picking up the buttons along the way. So the
There's
buttons don't stay.
There's no buttons. No path is marked.
Oh dear.
I'm in the back of everyone's in front of me because I'm making sure everyone gets out and stays the fuck out.
Whit has that look on his face like he's rubbing his temples where the horns connect, and it's like he's absolutely silent, and but he's starting to get red in the face, like his hair, and he's just like boiling and trying not to say something.
You mean misery all the time?
Misery,
Facts.
did you happen to pick up buttons that were here?
No.
The buttons are missing. Maybe we should go back.
We're
If
going
Jinx
back.
opens her mouth, the first thing Wit's gonna do is and then grab her by the back of the head and start frog marching her up back the way we came. And he's like muttering under his breath in her ear, like, "You always do this. You can't be hiding in that ring when I can't find it." And he just like, "Damn, you're in a place where I can't keep. What do you mean, make me think that you got crushed by some sort of fucking route?" And he's just frog marching around.
Fair enough. Fair enough. As you guys are making your way back, Regier will go. Devon, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe your items were consumed by Jorl.
Oh, it has a name.
Is Jorl here?
He's just up ahead. He'll open a path for us.
Maybe you should go
On
first.
behalf of all of these idiots, by the way, I'm very sorry that they all walked into this place.
It was
What is it,
boarded
Basil?
up for a reason, but, damage to the castle did apparently open a section.
And if I recall correctly, Rothund, you were the one who followed us down here as well.
Because we needed Jinx, and I couldn't find her on my own. But
As you guys are walking,
no
you can
one
see that
needs to know here.
strange section that like blocks light, and everything's warped, and it just doesn't look right. And then Regier pulls him and Misery past and through you all, and then you see this thing just like change and stretch as an opening appears. And he goes,
Evan's gonna...
Jorl. Don't touch. It will hurt. Duck and walk. Be mindful of your horns, mother.
I'm gonna It's going to take me a minute. I'm going to take my armor off because there's no way I'm getting through there without squeezing and possibly touching it here and there.
Well, Rothund, if you wait long enough, he will stretch himself thin. It just takes a while.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take my armor off to get out of the hole anyway, so you guys go ahead. I'll catch up.
When you get to the section of left or forward, go left. Do not go
Yeah, I'm not
forward.
an idiot.
For sure leads you guys down the left hallway and continues making his way up and out. And he's out. Mystery's out. Everybody one by one comes out, with eventually Rothun bringing up the rear. And the people have to like throw a rope down so he can tie his bag with the armor and pull the shit up and through, and then he can scrape and climb and scratch his chest up again as he climbs through.
Can I ask, little prince? I'm sorry we ended up down somewhere we weren't supposed to be. Right, Jinxie? As I shove her head in a nod. What is that? Who's family down there?
That would be where the royal line is buried.
Your ancestors?
Yes. The dragon graveyard that Strahd does not know about.
Again, my hand is on Jinx's head, like palming it forward. And it will continue to be that way.
He just slightly, nods his head in royal acknowledgement of taking you at your word. Well then, Sir Godfrey, I believe we need to board this up, and perhaps for the time being, someone keep a close eye out on that one. As he just looks at Jinx.
This is when I turn to Devin and go, can you make some sort of like arcane leash? Like she's always somehow like attached to me. You're real good with like magics and stuff like that. Can you like toss a potion on her that just always means she's not allowed to walk more than like... I just have some sort of nightmare that there was some sort of spell that another character and another character weren't able to go more than like 50 feet away from each other. Something like that, but without the passing out. I feel like that would be useful.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
I could restrain her for 1 minute, but, it would hurt, and then she wouldn't enjoy it at all, and it would only last for a minute, so...
Look, restraints have to be done with consent. Other than that...
No, I have fiery chains that do not ask for consent, and they're objects, so you can't really ask them for consent either.
Sir Godfrey, if you could please board this back up.
I need a drink. Where's the giant lady?
Last time I saw Trick, she was sitting by Val across the lake of lava.
Oh. Did Val's alive and we got a lake of lava?
He's alive. I don't know how he's gonna get across the lake of lava.
Well, considering there's no volcanoes in Barovia, I'm assuming it'll just kind of calm itself down and turn into something we call rock. If you give it a little time.
Yeah, that usually takes a long time, doesn't it? That solidifies.
Actually,
thoroughly.
point of fact, you have no idea what volcano or lava is.
Oh, that's true. What? Yeah, what is lava? Is it something we can eat? Because I'm also kind of hungry.
Godfrey would tell you, Rothun, that Trix has retired to her room for the evening without Valgwyn.
Where is Valgwyn?
He's still by the forge, I assume, since Trix has returned alone, which is probably a good thing, because I have a feeling that lava would have killed him.
Well, shouldn't we try to get Valgwyn across the
If you have a way to
lava?
get across lava without dying, sure.
What
But
is lava?
yeah,
Lead the
it's
way.
real hot, and if you touch it, you're probably not going to get whatever you touched it with back.
Rotha, lead the way. Show us.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
melt the skin right off your bones.
Uh-huh.
Like acid.
But
Can we collect some for later? That sounds kind of useful.
I'm just going to show you, and you can figure that out on your own.
I would love that. Always more data.
So following him outside, around to your left, to the side of the castle, you can feel the heat before you even turn around that side. And what you see is just this bright red and orange bubbling liquid. And every so often, this dark red, almost brown like rock. And then about 200-ish feet away, you can see the building that you assume is probably the forge that they keep talking about. But around that building is perfectly beautifully green grass within about a 20-ish foot radius around the building, it seems.
So, how close can we get to the lava moat? What is the distance between how close we can get and how far away Valgwyn is?
I'm so the
Without
there
burning
is
anything.
I mean there is 120 feet of lava and patches of rock.
120 feet of lava. So there's 120 feet of lava before you can even get over to where he is.
Correct.
Can I ask a question for whoever might have been involved in this experience? How this get here?
Oh, I'm assuming it was part of like the earthquake thing that happened earlier, because that happened, came out here, lava. Great.
So lava came because of the earthquake, and the lava is that hot red stuff.
That's just what I'm
Liquid fire.
assuming, but yeah.
Okay. And Valgwyn is trapped over there? Is that what I'm hearing? You just want me to go check on him?
I mean, Trix checked on him earlier, so I'm assuming that means he's fine.
So we just let him nap over there? Is that the idea? If he's not dead, if he's not injured or dead, I'm assuming he's got a reason to be over there. Taking a nap, making more stuff.
Till we talk to Trix, I'm just going to assume he's fine, because there's no crossing that without getting hurt, so...
Well, my one thought is maybe I could go up high enough to get out of the heat. And if there's green grass over there, it means maybe kind of like certain magics. Maybe there's fire on one side and not on the other, so maybe it's cool enough for me to land.
I
I'm
think
not
he's
strong enough.
Possible.
I'm not strong enough to move him, unfortunately.
No.
I don't that kind of stuff, but I could check on him.
He is definitely out of my reach.
If you want to see if you can fly over and check on him, sure. But yeah, I would not risk like dragging him through there, because that's bad.
I can't. I don't have this. I don't have the strength to be able to move a whole dwarf. I don't think. But I'll check on him, and Wit will strip, kind of fold his clothes in like the knapsack thing that he's got, and then shift into his small bird form, and he's gonna get high enough that he doesn't feel it hurting.
Okay. So as you shift to bird form, begin to fly up and up and up, and you're familiar with where that boundary of the sky is hurting is. And you begin to start flirting with that and start flying over, and the heat coming off that ground lifts you up even more than you were anticipating. And then you have to back off and come back down.
Okay, so I can't get over the heat barrier.
The lift of the hot air is just too much for your bird form.
I would try hybrid before I landed. If I can't do it in hybrid, then there's nothing I could do. But Does the larger form give me a little more control, or still too much?
It does give you a little bit more control, as far as that if you're willing to push through, you could probably get there. It's gonna hurt a little bit.
If it's gonna hurt a little bit, like I'm not gonna lose flat feathers, as in, because I don't want to trap myself. If I think I'm gonna trap myself, I won't do it. If it's gonna hurt a little bit,
Okay,
all right.
give me an intelligence roll.
Oh, good. I'm so good at these guys.
You're
Let's
so
watch me do
great
this
at it.
again. Guys, watch me do this
I
again.
believe
Oh, no,
in
that's
you.
Investigation. I'm sorry. Hold on. Intelligence. Saving throw, you said, or ability? I'm sorry.
Just an ability
Just straight
check.
up ability check. Just
Straight up
brilliance.
abilitus.
Wit in his fucking brilliant brain. He knows exactly what is going on.
You don't have
Smart boy.
you don't have the confidence to do it.
All right.
This is
So
this is
good.
hotter than you are ever used to in Barovia. Period.
Then I'll drop back down. And as I'm getting I'll shift back into regular form and get my clothes on. It's too hot, too close to the clouds, and those clouds bite, so I can't get in there. I'm so sorry. At least not without hurting myself. And I
It's,
just don't know if that's a good idea.
Good experience. Now you know how fucking dangerous lava is.
Well, I'm still confused kind of what it is, but it's hotter than I expected.
Misery,
really
are
cold
you
kind of
still
place.
there? Are you with them?
Yep.
Yes, I'm with my idiot children, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, since you're there, then Rogier's going to go, is it really necessary that we get to him now?
No, I don't think so.
Because
I don't know what
I could try to
condition he's
cool
in.
the place down a little bit.
I mean, again, the concern, if Trick's left him, then he's probably going to be all right. I don't know about leaving him there, but how long
I
does
think we
this...
can wait until the morning to decide.
Yeah.
Let's all sleep on it before we do anything rash, in my opinion.
And as long as it's not going to damage your castle, little prince,
It's already damaged.
I did notice that, and I had heard stories about things that had occurred. But if it's not going to
Yes.
damage it any further, then
Positive
maybe leave it.
choices all around.
Yeah.
Mother,
All right.
upsies,
Here.
I hunger.
He gets his ups.
You know what? Since I know where they get their food and I want them to ask them a question, I'm following them. I'm following Misery and Regier.
Oh, I'm definitely looking for booze.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Well, you get back to that sitting area. There is, guys can make your own food in the kitchen. The Fistani were here. They did stock things up. So there is stuff here for the living. So yeah, feel free to make whatever you want. I imagine that, if somebody's cooking something, a sheet-robed Trix will come out of the room smelling some foods.
Oh, I'm making bacon.
Of course you
yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
are. There's
Just
always
to make
fucking
sure
bacon.
that
I love bacon.
Bacon.
Oh, God.
We don't know when we're leaving. I gotta have pocket bacon at the ready.
Pocket bacon.
Weird meat.
You,
I
you
definitely come
do.
out to bacon. Definitely.
You definitely notice that wherever Jinx is, there are 4 different types of undead around her, watching at all times.
I don't blame nothing as I'm flipping bacon.
I'm gonna go over to Jinx and sort of do like a 360 around to take stock of what they're wearing.
Okay.
And you wouldn't mind if necessary for me to borrow one of your clothing items or pieces of jewelry, correct?
Whom are you asking?
Jinx.
Let's wait until Jinx is here.
Okay.
In that case, Regier.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Oh,
she snuck in.
Sorry,
Well,
I'm just in Discord till I get home.
So, to give you a bit of rewind, your brother has asked me to create an item that sort of gives your brother a way to let him know where you are.
I'm asking
Well,
for an
that's just
arcane
rude.
leash. I'm asking for an arcane leash for you. You're in so much trouble.
No, I did nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong. You got a lecture all the way up the hallway, Miss Lady.
I know, I still did nothing wrong. It's not my fault.
You hid in your ring when you didn't have no way out. You went down in a place you weren't supposed to be at. You started touching bones you weren't supposed to be. He's back on lecturing as he's flipping bacon and toasting bread and making sandwiches for everybody.
I
Be
admit to
careful
nothing.
with that.
I'm gonna sit down and start messing with my alchemy set and look up very, very with piercing eyes right at Jinx. Experimentation is happening.
Rude.
Well, I think this is a good spot to take our break then. Break time! Alrighty, we ready?
Are we? Are we ready?
I don't know. Are we?
No, never.
I'm just
I'm
over here
down.
living on the edge. You know, no big deal.
Back.
I'm on the
Are you even
edge.
still alive?
Who knows?
Ah.
So he's laying in the middle of a thing. I bet I could fly over the lava and bring him here.
tried that.
Nah,
Don't.
that's already been tried.
No, Jinx, go
fine.
ahead.
I'm sure it'll go great if Jinx does it, right?
Yeah. I'm sure it's
The
fine.
ring to hide, and it's fine.
Yeah. I'm sure that the ring's not going to fall into lava and you be trapped in there forever.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Ooh, it'll turn into the Lord of the Rings, except it's not
Wow.
the right ring. It's not.
I mean, yeah, if it destroys the ring, then
ring is a
isn't the
little bit
pack
nicer than
invalidated? Some shit like that.
No, I
Wow.
can create a new one after meditating for an hour.
Not if you're in the
We're
ring,
playing
'cause
by
you're
Lord of the
trapped.
Rings rules now. So, I mean, once you cast the ring into the lava, it's destroyed.
Forever.
And if you're in the
Rude.
ring, you die with it.
Oh, that's even worse. That's sad.
I think
Very
you
I
should give it
decide
a
that's
shot.
a bad idea.
At least we
It's
won't
not
have to worry about
preferable.
you releasing the secret out into the world.
Wow.
Done anything. I haven't told anybody
Crisis
except somebody who
averted.
already knows. Like, it's fine. Everything's fine. People are so strange and rude and mean.
Rude. What are you talking
Rude.
about, lady? We know better than to start poking our noses in other people's things.
All right, well, is there anything anybody wants to do before we just fast forward and say it's the next day?
I wanted to ask Rajir a question.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Since he was talking about food, I figured I would ask him anyway. So,
Oh.
Rajir, I found the room with all your food in it. Would you mind if I borrowed some of the materials that are in there? And by borrowed, I mean make some armor out of it.
Yes, I would mind, but that's my hoard.
I could use it to then find more stuff for you.
Well, what do you have for me now? And how would you use my shinies to create armor?
He perks up at shinies and looks very closely.
The best blacksmith is potentially dead on the other side of that wall.
Yeah, he still needs materials to make stuff out of, and you have good materials down there.
And he's got all that steel and iron. I'm sure it's melted into a solid piece now, but he could handle that.
I'm definitely willing to see what he has before we do this, but if he can make better armor out of that material, would you be willing to let me do so?
I will think about it. You are the champion, my father says, so I'll ponder.
Good enough. That's all I have. So if anyone else has anything,
How many sandwiches do you want? That's all you get. Wits cooking.
as many as you can feed me.
All right, we'll start with 6 and move you up from there.
Wow.
How many days has it been since the Raven party?
One?
One. Just one for me.
Okay.
Well, that's it. You go to bed, you wake up. Congratulations.
Nice.
I did it.
Barovia.
Let's see. Number of days until the wedding. 75.
I definitely get up and I go to take a bath.
Okay.
I don't know when I'll get my next one. It's Barovia after all.
That's 1,000% fair.
I'm gonna check on the lava pit, see if it's cooled down and possibly hardened any more than it was yesterday.
Excuse me. Yeah, it is cooled down. There, instead of it being a massive pit of lava, it's now a massive red and brown rock with small puddles of lava.
Hmm.
What do you do? What are you doing, Rowell?
Well, I can't really do anything with this, and I don't trust that it's hard enough for me to walk on. So I'm gonna go see if I can find Rogier, because he offered to make it cool. So maybe he can make it cool enough to walk on.
Okay. Well, you go hunt for the young prince. What are the rest of y'all doing?
I'm gonna, like, when I wake up, gather all my stuff. I'm gonna, like, stop a skeleton if I see one and ask if it's seen the Swarlock plant. I need to look that up. What was that called? Swarlock or Swolock?
Swole.
Swole, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna ask a skeleton if he has seen this plant before.
Excellent. Roll me a D100.
Sweet.
Please tell me that this plant has like really big leaves or something that are curled in a direction.
I'm gonna explain the plant to the best of my ability.
The skeleton looks back at you blankly.
Thank you. And I'm gonna move along and go to the next one that maybe looks like it has more functionality in its jaw area.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
Another
this process,
D100 roll. And
this
another
process
D100 roll.
continues.
And another
Yeah.
D100 roll. And another D100 roll.
Until I see Godfrey. Here, I'm just gonna give you like 3.
To every single one.
Okay.
And after that many, wait till I see Godfrey and or Rothund.
So,
Or the prince guy.
That 93 roll, you're talking to one that looks a little bit more zombie than skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And he just responds with it just responds with one word. Swamp.
Oh. Thank you. And moving on until Godfrey or Rogier has been spotted.
You definitely see Godfrey before you ever see Rogier.
Then I will ask.
Rogier sleeps. Godfrey doesn't.
Where is the swamp that has the plant Swolock growing around? Do you have any of the plant in here?
You don't want to know, do you?
Yes, I would like to know where the swamp is, or if you have some of this plant available.
Well, if you find a hag, you'll find the swamp.
Ah. Your precise directions leave nothing.
I don't know where the hag lives. There's not a place in Barovia that is always a swamp. The land is constantly changing. The trees move, the land shakes. This place bends to his will.
Oh, interesting. With that in mind, I'm going to go outside and start investigating around the castle, just in case there's some outside today.
Okay. Tricks, Witch, Jinx.
Wit's gonna go hang out with Misery.
I take a bath and then I go to the edge of the lava.
Okay. You're taking
Just-
a bath and then go
Yep.
into lava. Got it.
Yep.
Witch, you said something about with Misery?
Yeah, Wit's gonna go down to the kitchen and he's gonna go make like, he's gonna go down and make flapjacks and put it on like a little plate, and then he's gonna get some of the like platinum and put it on a little plate, and he's gonna take it up to Misery and Brigier, who I'm assuming is with her.
Okay. Do you knock? Do you just go in? What do you do?
Well, you never just run into a lady's room. He knocks with the top horn that he can hit on the door.
He's white headbutts the
Not tap, it's kind of a long horn.
like a goat.
Hey, little lady, you awake?
Come
I think
in.
we're checking on
Yeah.
Valgwyn if you want some breakfast first.
She said come in case you didn't hear
Oh,
her.
okay. No,
Yeah,
I
sorry,
saw Nowden and Wit can't see through
Yeah.
the door, so he's just standing there
No,
patiently. A little vacant. He's kind of a no thoughts, just vibes
I
kind of
to
guy.
empty.
So he'll come with a little tray and he'll just be like, thought you might like something before we get going.
Cute.
And if Regier's in the room, I think I ascertained. I didn't know what kind of portioning he'd like for breakfast, but I figured like 3 would do. But I can go get him more if he wants it.
You do
He
not see
mostly-
Regier in the room.
I'll save some of those for Rothan. Regier prefers metal.
Well, no, the flapjacks are for you.
Yes.
There's a plate, like I point out the flapjacks on a plate, and then I point at the platinum on a plate.
Okay.
I wouldn't recommend
Now
eating that.
No.
That's for Regier whenever he's ready.
Yeah.
But I
follow now.
don't know where he's going now.
Player follows now.
I'm not enough of a dragon to eat the platinum yet, alright?
Coming up, we're gonna be feeding Rothan platinum. Yeah, I meant the most
And
expensive
Rothan eats his armor.
Gale all over again.
And that's how
Oh,
Rothan
God.
dies, because he ate Regier's food.
Oh. I would also
Yes.
kill him if he ate my food.
Please do that, then Regier won't be
So
mad
many
at
threats
me.
of violence being bandied about in this party.
His food is very important to him, okay?
Fact. Anyway,
I like that I feel like we'd be having this conversation in character.
In
like,
canon.
about
No, this is canon.
Rothan
Yeah.
eating his food, and then you killing Rothan, and me going, there's so many threats of violence. Rothan's gonna kill Jinx. Now you're gonna kill Rothan. I genuinely think you could probably take him. Anyway. So he'll sit with you.
And a plate?
He'll sit with you with his own plate and have breakfast with you if Misery will allow it.
She'll allow it. That'd be good.
somewhere there's a Mexican leaning back with a hat on going, I'll allow it.
If it's Chinese.
Do I still have undead people following me around?
Yep.
Well, then I'm going to shift into hybrid form and fly on top of the roof. Because
Excellent.
I feel like it.
That's fine. You shift, you go up to the roof. There's a dead raven right there staring at you.
I stick my tongue out at it, and then I pull out these things that somebody in this group gave me that are called Pipes of Haunting and attempt to learn how to play them.
It's Devin. Oh, Devin.
Yep, I'm pretty sure it was Devin.
It doesn't take long that as you're playing, there's a revenant, there's a skeleton, There's a zombie just on top of the roof watching
I'd
you.
like to glare at all of them and then try to play pipes of haunting and try to haunt them or something, because that's what they're supposed to do, because Devin told me so. Not the smartest person, it's fine.
You know what? They definitely sound haunting with both you playing them with your lack of proficiency. It's really haunting.
Wonderful. I will keep it up to annoy them.
Well, that's great, because it doesn't seem to annoy the dead in any way, shape, or form. What it does do, Valgwin, is wake you up.
I'm just on
It
top
was
of the
that
castle. It's
terrible.
fine. Not my fault. Like, that one is my fault, maybe. Hey, I woke him up!
You don't see him. I'm just letting him know. He's awake.
Okay, good. Good to know.
You heard the horrible sounds and was like, what the fuck is that?
It literally sounds like somebody
Screeching.
stabbing a cat, and it's just screeching for help.
No, that's terrible.
Yes, it is terrible.
Yes, it is!
That is the
And I keep
point.
it up! I'm trying to learn how to play these things. It's Devin's fault, not mine.
Valgwin, you hurt everywhere and you're hungry and you can't move.
Yeah, exactly.
So he just stays there.
The best I can do is flail my arms around, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's all you got.
I'm like the
Valgwin is the
turtle
cat
stuck
that
on its
she's
back. I'm
stabbing.
just like,
Oh, poor
ugh.
turtle.
Oh,
Excellent.
so good.
Rothan, give me a survival roll, please.
Oh no.
Hey, I'm actually proficient with survival, so.
Don't jinx yourself.
And it's a 20.
Yeah! You did it!
You, on pure instinct, as you decide to look for Rogier, pure instinct, you go into the back part of the castle where the cathedral is. And you see him just sitting in one of the pews, just staring at that stained glass imagery.
Just gonna sit next to him quietly, wait for him to finish doing whatever he's doing.
Give me a perception check.
Here it comes. We just had the ecstasy. Here comes the agony. Oh, no, never mind.
I wasn't bad.
I mean, it would be a really great time for that nat 1, but no! Get that dirty 20!
Mm-hmm.
As you're sitting there, and just kind of, letting him have his space, do whatever it is that he needs to do, you could... It's almost like there... As you at a corner of your eye, it's almost like there's multiple versions of him sitting there. You see a much younger one. You see the one that you saw yesterday, and you see a vaguely blurry adult version, as though for him in this particular moment, time is just weird. It's his past, his present, and his future, just all seemingly together right here. And you can see the past version and the current and the present version very clearly. The future one, though, definitely fuzzy. And if it wasn't for some of the features being what you would expect from a more adult version of him, like it, you don't see detail, but you can see generic features. Tall, still the long hair with that's silver with streaks of red in it. The horns are more of an upward and downward curl, almost like ram horns that come up to a point off as they come up around off the side and come up to a point He's just sitting there, staring. How long do you decide to wait? How long are you gonna wait?
Yeah. Just give it 20 minutes.
Okay.
Very patient.
In that case, give me a investigation roll. Okay,
There's your roll.
there it is. 20 minutes goes by, still in that state.
Rogier, are you all right?
There's no response. After giving him like a few seconds, maybe 30 seconds, because, you know, talking to his dad is like talking through 17 brick walls. It takes a while.
Mm-hmm.
And so, him in this weird state, you're giving him a while. There's just no response.
Yeah, I'm gonna like nudge him, see if anything happens.
So you reach out to nudge him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll get back to you. Devin, outside, you don't see any of the plants you're looking for. You hear this terrible screeching sound though. Like this god awful wailing coming from the roof? Or at least above you. This lane is fucking weird.
If I move back, can I see up there? Like, you know, if this close to the castle, if I move back a little bit, maybe I can see towards the top. Figure out what the sound is.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, sure. You see a bunch of dead guys surrounding Jinx as they're clearly playing the things you gave them to play. And you think, you know, it's only a matter of minutes before the undead just push her off and she falls to her death. Or maybe they like it. Who knows?
Maybe it's nice that Jinx has an audience. And I'm gonna continue looking for plants.
Okay. Give me a perception check. Devin.
Perception.
All right. As you are looking about for the plants, you realize that the shimmer that was here yesterday or the day before is no longer here. That strange shimmering barrier that was almost rainbow-like in color fluorescence, if you will, is no longer up. And you can see very clearly the dead trees beyond. And the border where there was grass growing has now withered and died again.
Place shifts. It's evidence. So I'm gonna sort of poke around and see if I can find any evidence that the border is still there. And if I perchance happen to get to where the lava
No,
area...
it's not there. The border is gone.
Gone everywhere.
You
Got
no
it.
longer see that rainbow translucent effect anywhere as you're that 21 as you're looking around. You see it nowhere.
I'm gonna walk back towards like the entrance of the castle
Okay.
and look around for Godfrey, Rothund, Trix, Misery, not Wit, because Wit can't help.
You see none of those people right now.
So I'll go back to where the big giant lava pit was.
Okay.
How's it
Going
looking?
back that way, you see a nice brown and red rock path with small puddles of lava. Still
puddles of lava.
hot area.
Hot area. Can you get closer though?
I mean, you can certainly try.
I don't want, if I start to burn up too much, get back. I like warmth, but not that much warmth.
I mean, the rock is still hot.
Mm.
You can feel it through the shoes. And if you press on, it's probably going to hurt.
So I don't want to step into it. Now that I'm sort of looking, how far away is the Valgwyn body?
You don't see Valgwyn's body.
Valgwyn body is not there.
No.
All right.
Wait, what? Wait, did I go somewhere?
They can't see inside the forge.
I'm not outside or inside. I was outside.
No, she was outside. She put you inside.
Oh,
Because otherwise she wouldn't fit.
I thought Valgwyn's body was outside
Yeah,
too.
she pushed you back inside. She had you outside, and then decided not to travel, and then still had a dick with the giant sword in herself, and then Shiny. So she put you back inside, stuck the sword in, grabbed Shiny, came back, grabbed sword, said goodbye. And you know, her painting the sword had a great night.
Her painting.
Sure did.
That's right.
Lad's only there haunting the sword, you know. It's fine.
We should have taken a rest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna sit here and step away from the tiny lava for a minute, and then I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna put 5 potion bottles down in front of me, and I'm gonna fixate 2 to the bottom, and then hold 2 to the side while the other 2 are sitting to the bottom, and then the 2 to the side are gonna kind of open and start flowing downward, and you see kind of like this. If you were outside, you would see kind of like this fizziness happen, the liquid, and then I'll take another one out and put it towards the top. It's a larger beaker, and the fizziness happens like when you put Mentos in Coke, and it makes that foam. So you've got these potion bottles connected by foam. And then tiny little guy comes out and starts walking around. So I'll go back closer and I'll ask, would you be so kind as to head across there? And once you get across, do you think you could go in there and see if there's a body and let me know? Sort of test this out and see how it'll work. And then
Sure.
I'll step back and See if the tiny guy can make it across. My tiny foamy potion bottle guy.
It says to see Tiny Servant for its stats, but then there's no fucking stats. What the fuck is this bullshit?
Guess I should have looked into this beforehand.
Oh, it's the monster Tiny Servant. I understand. Okay. It has 10 hit points, armor class of 15. Excellent. Cool. So it as it begins to walk across this this tiny servant made out of vials, beakers, and foam connecting it, you can see that the vials that make up the feet begin to glow red hot, and with each step, this tiny servant gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it can't walk anymore. And then it crawls, and then it's just can't go any further. It got 60 feet.
60 feet. Perhaps tomorrow that should work. And I'll go back in towards the castle and look for people.
Well, I think, Trix, you're probably done with your bath by now.
Yeah, when I'm done with my bath, I will go to the edge of the lava.
Okay.
I will set down my sword, my painting, and my sheet.
So as you come out and around, like to the edge of the lava, you're able to see like Devin's like walking away from there. So you two were passing at this moment. What do you
Okay.
do? You want to do anything or?
Nope.
Okay.
Just kind of give a nod. And
it's a little cooler now, I imagine. Also, there was a barrier, and the barrier is gone around the building. Is that normal?
Don't know. I wouldn't above table. I wouldn't know anything about the barrier. Yeah. No.
That's magic-y stuff. You swing
This
stuff.
is the first time I've been here. What do I know about the barrier?
So you, as they are saying this, I just kind of look at them. As I set down my sword, I set down my painting. I take off my robe, turn around, and just walk across the lava rock.
You walk across without any issues.
And I go stick my head in the forge to check on Valgwyn.
Valgwyn, there's a big red head that just pokes itself right through into the forge area.
And
more like a face, because remember she's giant, so it's like half a face comes in. There's this eyeball blinking at you with this burning embers inside of it.
As I'm still on my back, struggling, can't get up like the damn turtle. Oh, so you're changing colors now then, are you?
Apparently this isn't the first time I've changed colors. Do you need help?
Hey, I do. If you would be so kind, I can't seem to stand up.
I didn't expect you to wake up and be as helpless as a newborn babe, as I kind of like reach in.
It's rich coming from a giant red naked chick.
You're naked too, and there's like this really hot substance. Apparently I can walk through it though, but it burned off all my clothes. Don't even go there.
Are we still doing phrasing?
What?
Never mind.
I didn't hear you.
So are we still doing phrasing?
I can.
It's a TV show reference. Don't worry about it.
No, it totally went. Okay.
That's funny too, Graham.
So I do. I reach my hand in and I help you up.
I go to take a step and just kind of like topple over and just go right back down.
Act.
Well, this is rather embarrassing.
I'm
Do you
embarrassed
think...
for you.
Oh, gee, thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, I don't know about you, but I haven't eaten anything in what feels like 6 or 7 days now. Do you think you could carry me to the bloody kitchen?
Are you sure? Because my clothes burned off when I crossed the fire pit.
Look, you might be by all accounts, fire giant now, but I'm at least resistant to fire. I can probably make it across if you run.
So you want me to pick you up and run?
Aye,
The fire.
that is what I would like you to do.
Okay, so since apparently I don't know how hot it is, if it gets too hot, you're going to have to tell me or you will burn up and, well, then I won't have to worry about burning your body. So actually, that might be a plus.
Oh my god.
But I will help you across, but you just have to tell me when it gets too hot. Or you go up
It'd
in
be
a
rather
crisp.
embarrassing. It's one thing to die forging something amazing. It's another thing to die of starvation.
So do you want to die of starvation or die being carried by a naked giant across the fire pit?
At least we're both naked. It'll be a
Naked
hell of a
giant
story
across the
to
fire
tell.
pit, please sign me up for that. Please sign me up for that. I'm
Okay,
here
well-
for that.
Well, if it gets too hot, let me know. And I just kind of lift him up like a sack of potatoes and start dashing
Oh,
across.
but before we do that, I'll say, wait, one thing before we go, and I'll like snap my finger, and I assume the hammer will come to my hand.
Does.
Sweet.
Yeah, that thing was following you around yesterday. I don't want to know. Don't even try. I won't understand. I don't even know how I'm giant anyway. And I just start. I got a really cool sword. It's so much better than the axe you made. As I start running across the fire pit.
Okay. So you're potato sacking him?
Yeah.
Excellent. I just need everybody to imagine this, okay? The
Okay.
naked Valgwyn, okay? Potato sack, which means ass is facing face, as giant, naked, red woman is running across, massive giant boobs up and down with each step, the quivering of flesh as muscle flexes against the impact, and just running, burning hair flowing in the wind, just
It's like a scene off of a Fabio romance novel, just, gender swapped.
I needed everybody to picture that because that's what I pictured. And it was glorious.
100. Absolutely.
I hate you so much right now.
just hairy dwarf ass.
I mean, not hairy anymore.
It's not
I was
hairy
just
anymore.
hairy, As long as the beard's still there, it's all good.
You were good in that zone. As soon as you came out, run across.
Burnt to a crisp.
The beard's still there.
Am I able to get across with Valgwyn without him?
He
hollering,
seems to
"It's
be
too
alive.
hot"?
He seems to be alive. You get
Okay.
across. He seems to be alive.
So
There's a
then,
whole new meaning of burnt ends.
Hey-oh.
okay, we're across. You didn't flame up, so can you walk? And I go to set you back down.
And I topple over again.
I'm gonna come over and be like, "Hello there," and I'll take a potion out. Let's see here. What do we got? Which one do I want?
As I'm sitting there looking at my pile of stuff and Valgwyn, like seriously contemplating which one is more important at this point in time.
Take out a restoration potion and be like, "Are you having trouble today?"
Before I assume she's attempting to feed this to me, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna like start putting it towards your mouth.
I at least can move my arms, so I will put my hand to that, and I will turn and look at Trix and be like, "Who's the snake?"
I told you,
right.
and I told you and Aunt Lola all about it last night. Were you not paying attention?
Obviously not. It's called sleeping, damn it! I hadn't done it in what day is it anyway?
It's been a while since we've seen you. So, this is Devin, and we met them in Esmeralda's wagon when we got a ride with Esmeralda to go to the vineyard.
Winery.
Yeah, the winery, that thing. And they blew up a room, but they've been traveling with us ever since. Rundown. Bellary and Sarastra are dead. We were able.
Food first, please. You can
I
tell
think-
me about it while I'm eating.
Okay,
I
so
think this is
wrapped
gonna
my-
help. I think this is gonna help and maybe give you a little bit of energy so we could get you some food. And I'm gonna like go towards Valgwyn's mouth again.
I'll just take it from her hand, because it's already embarrassing enough that I have to be carried to where the food is at. I can at least drink the damn potion myself.
What potion do you give him?
Restorative reagents. So it's basically lesser restoration.
You have lesser restoration on your spellbook.
Spellbook. Where is Tiny Valgwyn? There he
Just
is.
take one of the usages off.
Okay. Standard roll.
Go. It doesn't seem to do anything to him.
Okay.
In that case, try this one. Take out a experimental elixir, but I want to make it the actual health potion, so I gotta spend a first level spell slot,
Okay.
and then it should give. The creature gains temporary hit points, 2d6 plus your intelligence modifier, and then it's just like a regular health potion. So 9, 14 temporary hit points, and then a regular health potion, I believe.
Oh, my health's at max. That it can be, which I guess
So
is...
the healing one is 2d4 plus your intelligence modifier, and then you get to add 2d6 plus your intelligence modifier's temporary hit points, and neither of those affects him in any way, shape, or form.
Not even the temp?
Disappointing.
N-
You're
not
probably
even the...
gonna have to.
You know, I don't know about the temp.
Not that it terribly matters, I guess, but...
I think you're gonna have to carry him. These aren't working.
Aye, and neither of those have enough booze in them, so can we please go to the kitchen?
Are you ready now?
The snake is the one trying to get me to drink the things. I just want some beer and sausages, goddammit!
As you start to say, "God damn it," you have to back up as a sack of potatoes, and you get handed a painting, and we head towards the kitchen. I do leave the sword because I did realize I don't know if I could carry both the sword and Valgwyn, so I leave the sword temporarily.
You can always just put the sword on top of Falcon. I'm sure it won't kill him instantly.
Mush.
Stick it right between his butt cheeks. It's fine.
Trix puts down the sword and starts to carry Valgwyn away. I'll pick up the end of the sword and try to drag it.
Don't touch my sword!
And I'll drop the sword.
Okay.
Portia.
Yeah, that was a Portia moment. I couldn't help it. I could not help myself.
So you go back inside.
It's tricks too.
Wit and misery. Any sexy conversations happening while you're having breakfast in bed?
Wow.
Wit would just want, he'd be asking a little bit more, like trying to get a little more of Misery's backstory, like where she came from, how she ended up with these morons, a little bit of what
That's a
she's
moron.
planning to do with her children. Like, why is she still with them? And you can message me if you're more comfortable doing it that way again. You can message me some of that stuff. But after the conversation, he'll just kind of gather up all the plates and stuff and be like, all right, let's go see if that dwarf is awake maybe, huh? Because something about a timetable y'all are on. I guess we should start going looking for crazy men in the woods.
All right. So you two probably, I would assume, maybe come
Yeah,
out.
Yeah.
You can very easily see a giant, sitting at one of the tables, because I would assume that it's time for the giant's second breakfast, and there's probably a smorgasbord of shit sprawled out on these tables, and a very naked dwarf happily consuming food and beverage.
So are you going to let me talk now?
Just assumed you've been talking this whole time.
Okay. Probably. And huffing and puffing about how I told you all this all last night and were ravens.
Haven't met them yet, but I bet they're irritating. Speaking of which,
Very
isn't
much
there
so.
some terrible bird on the roof making an awful racket? It woke me up this morning.
I mean, it's not any different noise than any other weird noise in Barovia, so you just learn how to ignore it.
I think that was Chinks.
Oh.
Ha! I bet she lives up to her namesake, doesn't she?
Oh, you haven't met her yet. That's right. Were ravens, as I continue to just stuff my food.
I would assume at this point I'm just eating a whole raw onion like it's an apple because I don't even care.
Now,
So much
what's
food
this
out here. Why are you eating a raw onion?
Fussing about where ravens? What? Why are you eating? Do you want me to make something? Like, you don't have to be eating a raw onion. I'll cook it up for you, little meat. What is
Excuse me,
happening?
I have a bunch of food right here. I don't know why he's eating an onion. Why do I even care? I should have let you just burn up in the
It was
fire
probably
pit.
the closest thing to him.
Oh, this is this is the Valguin. Was that his name?
Valgwin, this is Wit. Wit's a rare raven. One of the rare raven.
Exactly. Like she said. Nice to meet you.
As I have food in my mouth.
As I assume I also have food in my mouth and just give the what's up?
The head with the giant horn just kind of tilts to the side and goes, "Dwarves, all right. Anyway, anything I can get you guys while you're eating random stuff? You all right? I made pancakes earlier. I can make some more." I'm looking up at giant tricks now.
Are you trying to say there's something wrong with my food here?
Only when it's raw onion.
There's more here than raw onion.
Look, just because there happened to be an onion in the basket of apples, I don't know how it got there, I'm not complaining. I like onion just fine. Leave me alone. When you haven't eaten in 6 days, it doesn't really matter what it is.
All right, this is a prickly side of the party. I'm gonna take an apple and go. All right, Misery, let's go. See if we can find your son. I'm gonna walk off eating my apple. Morning, Devin.
Good morning. And I'm gonna wait and like watch, and as soon as Falcon has consumed one entire whatever, an onion, it doesn't matter, I'm gonna start with questions. So what were you making in there?
Weapons and armor.
Did you succeed on your projects?
You know what? I'll just slam the warhammer down on the table, probably crushing some poor unsuspecting fruit, and it just pulverizes it.
And then the
Interesting.
warhammer starts floating and just hovers there.
Very interesting.
I'd say it was fairly successful.
Does it do anything else?
Well, you know, I guess since I'm not actually attacking anything, I think I can get away with this, right? I'll grab it by the handle, throw it out 30 feet, and then it comes back to my hand.
That's it? That's all it does?
Look, I can't even stand up on my own. The party tricks can come later. Not you.
I mean, good thing you're
Yeah.
not my bed partner then.
I mean, I'm gonna take my own warhammer out, light hammer, and I'm gonna, in the hilt, there's been a small space carved out, and you could see like a yellow vial that's fixated in there. I mean, this one will do put a bit of pep in your step, so to say, and then I'll take out the boomerang. This one, you know, normally when you throw it, it comes back, but when I throw it and I hit something, it'll still come back. And I'm just gonna go through my entire inventory and start showing everything.
You see me come back with this ginormous sword.
Really, really, really big sword. It's bigger than she is, and she's a giant.
It would, you know what? I don't notice, because I guess at this point I would be more interested in the trinkets and bits and bobs that Devin is showing off to me.
See, that one does that, that one does that. These potions can cure certain things. I've noticed that when someone is sick, we went to that winery and the fellow had lost his eyesight, and then the eyesight came back after this potion. This potion does, oh, watch this one. And then I'll resummon the tiny servant. Where's he at? There he is. He's coming. So you see the potions all connect and start to bubble up again.
Hey, it's a neat trick, but what does it do?
Would you bring Valgwyn here? I'm gonna point to some random item of food and have the tiny servant bring you the random item of food. I mean, it can do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, just about everything. Just a little helper.
So its purpose is to pass the butter then?
Pass the butter, pass the knife, whatever you might need.
There's at least 2 other people who got that reference.
I got it.
And then I'll show off the necklace. Like, this one is going to help sort of give you a boost when you're in battle. What else do I have? I made my own bag of holding.
You know what? Nah, I'm not gonna go down that path. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't even remotely there for that.
Nope.
Just showing a little bit of everything that's within Devin's capabilities.
Hey, that's fairly neat. Yeah. So, yeah. Power nap time.
Poor guy.
Grandpa's getting old.
He's real tiny.
Have a tiny servant just turn his head just slightly, just so he doesn't
Tiny servant.
Inhale
More
mashed
fucking
potatoes.
bullshit. I have to fucking make.
He'd be like, eat in his sleep.
I'm not even sure how I would make that on Hero Forge. I don't think I could make anything like it.
What? For what?
On Hero Forge, make the beakers and the foaminess.
You know what you could do? Draw it. Whenever you get
Yeah.
rhyme done.
And whenever rhyme is done, that could
Yeah,
be
there you go.
the first one.
But you know, if you draw him, he's got to have a name, or her, or them, whatever they are.
It.
May I suggest Gilbert?
Wow. All right. So as you're explaining things, and Trix gets bored with your conversation and goes to swing her big swords, probably outside of the area again. Where did Misery and Wit run off to?
Were we going to find the baby?
Yes.
All right, going to find the baby.
Where do you look? Where do you go? What do you do?
I'm following you. He's your son. You know where he's hiding. Honestly, I'm just along for the company, and I'm really trying to avoid the fact that I kind of hear some sort of strange wailing outside, and I'm pretty sure that's my sister, and I really don't want to acknowledge any sort of concern at all. So I'm
You
just
don't
gonna
want to
stick with you.
acknowledge and
Nope,
reinforce the negative behavior.
Nope, if I ain't paying attention, it ain't happening. That's really how it's going
She'll
right
stop
now.
eventually. She'll realize she's not getting attention.
Oh no, she'll continue. Trust me. You would think
Oh, no.
extinguishing behaviors
That's
would work
even
for
worse.
Jinx. It don't. Let me tell you. It don't.
I don't know if she'd know where he would go. Hold on. I have my own dice. Give me a minute. The one time I need my bag. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay.
Has Wit been to the chapel before? Yes. When we're looking for stuff, so if it doesn't come to Misery right away, he might be like, chapel might be a good place to start. Alright, come on. I bet those pipes are gonna be even quieter in there. Come on, let's go. And he'll grab her and like kind of drag her.
Okay. So you are heading into the chapel?
Looking for Rogier. Yep.
Okay. So going through the kitchen, opening the double doors into that back room.
Oh, my pocket bacon.
Man, what you see is you've seen a lot of weird shit in Barovia, but this is up there. This is up there in the weird shit meter. What can only be described as two, from this distance, two translucent figures sitting in that front pew, staring seemingly at the stained glass imagery of Argynvost. They almost look like ghosts.
I was about to say, ghosts ain't that weird for Barovia. Misery never said this chapel was haunted. I mean, by like ghosts, not just zombies.
I didn't think it was.
Am I technically allowed in here? I know I went in here yesterday, but like I'm also worried about
I-
treading
I
on
don't-
territory.
I don't think that's a problem.
Okay. Should we go say hi to the ghosts, or like, what are there normally ghosts in here?
So you guys make your way to the ghosts to say hi?
I don't know about hi. I don't trust ghosts to say hi, but definitely making my way up just to see kind of what's going on.
Do you have your like iron weapon and salt with you?
No, just the strength of my heart and the weakness of my bowels. That's all I got with me.
That's good enough. So as you guys go up and go to look, what you see very clearly on seemingly like on top of each other, like three images placed on top of each other. You see an obviously much younger Rogier, even younger than what you saw yesterday. And then you see a slightly older than what you saw yesterday. And then a significantly older than what you saw yesterday. And you see the same for Rothund as his hand is almost barely touching Rogier.
That's not ghosts. At least I don't think.
And wait, they see the younger Rothan here? Like,
They see a child, a young adult, and then an older.
so you get to see Rothan without scars. Cool.
Do you know what this is? That is your boy, right? That's your boy, and that Rothund ish.
Yes.
And for the oldest versions, if you will, are shadows of themselves. Again, there's no real detail. It's just a generic rough outline that you can tell is them. You recognize some of the features. The ones that are clear are the currently present or younger versions, and then the child versions. As though past and present are clear representations, but future is not set.
I mean, is this something we need to be doing something about? He is the Ogre's champion.
This might be out of my jurisdiction.
The little prince wouldn't be hurting Rothan, right? Like they're not stuck?
I wouldn't know.
I'm gonna go up in front of Rothan. Hey, you in there, big guy? You need help?
How close do you get?
I'm not touching him.
How close do you get?
He's not Jinx. So like I'm out here. So like 5 feet away?
Okay.
I'm not trying to be like, I don't want to startle him. I'm just trying to like see if there's anything registering as a problem. I'm still not sure if this is a problem or if this is like a ritual that I'd be interrupting.
There doesn't seem to be any kind of, not even a startled response, not even a blinking, not even breathing.
No response, Misery.
There every time.
I mean, is it a problem? They're in the chapel. And
It may or may not be. There's always something going on with this group.
yeah, that brings me back to my earlier question that you kind of dodged around so neatly, but we'll get back to that. So you tell me, it's your son and your friend, larger son. I'm not entirely sure how this stuff works, but you know, your charge and your son. So you tell me, we just let it ride, or I don't have any magic that can. If there's any magic going on, I don't have any magic to figure that out. I can try and send a message right to his brain, but see if he got something that might need communicating.
You can give that a try.
You sure? What if it interrupts something important? I blame you. All right, cool. I'll pull the wire out, and I'll aim at Rothan, not Regier, and just be like, "Hey, buddy, this rich, we don't know. You all right? You need a hand, or is this something we shouldn't be interrupting?"
Do I get that one or not?
Nope.
I have a feeling no.
Nope. You don't receive any kind of message. And Wit, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, now I roll fine. Okay. Do I have any advantage?
I'm trying to impress the MILF.
Yeah, there you go. I gotta look good in front of Misery. Can't be stupid. Can't be stupid.
So you have your focus, who you're trying to send the message to. You send the message. You feel that energy try to reach out and connect, and it reaches out, and then it's almost like it just fizzles. Like, even though you have who you're trying to connect it to, it's like they're not there, but you see them. It just doesn't grab.
So it fizzles differently than like with the stones. The stones, it was like something was blocking the energy. This one feels like there's a visible target, but there actually is no target for the magic.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it.
I will relay that to Misery. There's nobody home.
Of course.
There's like a ghost realm that this order's connected to that might be explaining.
I don't know, but if your sister did touch anything down there, it could explain a few things.
That would indicate something bad. Should we go talk to Godfrey? See if there's
Yes,
something normal.
yes, let's.
I don't want to be poking nothing.
Yeah, it's come on.
All right, I will follow.
Okay. Rothund. Roll me a d20, please.
Hey,
What were you saying about not having died?
yeah, I'm not dying from this. Fine.
We don't know that.
Is that the number you would like to keep?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Trying to go and find Godfrey. Jinx, are you still playing that beautiful music?
Oh yes, I am going to try to figure out how to play this better to annoy everybody who was rude to me yesterday even more. Because how dare they tell me what to do?
Okay. Baldwin, you're snoring through all this, I assume, because
Oh
you're
no,
finally
I've
full.
woken up, and
It's
now
time
I'm
for second
consuming-
breakfast.
I'm continuing to consume food.
Okay.
Up to what I can only assume would be 7 pounds of whatever I can consume.
Oh, dwarves.
I haven't eaten in 7 days. You gotta eat 7 pounds of food, you gotta offset. That's a pound per day.
That sounds so disgusting.
It's a dwarf thing, we're just rolling with it.
And halfling. Oh man.
True.
Okay. All right.
Basically, I had first breakfast, took a nap, now it's time for second breakfast.
Sounds good. Sounds good. 6 naps and 7 meals. I'm here for it. Okay, so in that case, Devin.
I have
You-
something for Devin's tiny servant to
Oh.
do if it wants.
Oh.
I would describe. So, Devin, your little creepy, foamy, flasky thing there. Do you think that it could go fetch something for me?
Sort of new, so let's give it a shot.
So I'm looking for a 2-meter long blue crystal rod, and if you taste it, it tastes like marshmallows. Last I knew where it was at, it was in the blown up side of the castle, where Sarastra tried to kill everybody.
Ah, okay.
So do you think you can have your little thing there, pop off upstairs and see if you can go find it?
Did I see anything like that when I was gaseous form searching around?
No.
No. So I will tell the tiny servant to go ahead and start searching for this and come back to me with any information.
Okay.
It's an experiment to see if it works. I'll
Sounds
watch it
fun.
walk off and I wonder if this will work.
Tiny little robot gets to the stairs and step. Goes up to the next one. Step. Just continues the old shimmy shake to get up the stairs.
Could use some improvements. I'll work on that.
Maybe 3 times the size, a little more weight to him.
We'll see what we can do. And I'm actually gonna take out my alchemy jug. I'm gonna reach into my bag of holding and kind of shimmy it out, set it down. And I'm gonna tell it to fill. Let's see. Double check, make sure it can fill with this bag of holding. Edit. Where are you at?
Beer, wine, liquor, come on.
Where's it at? There he is. Basic. Beer! I'm gonna say, alchemy jug, let's have some beer. And it fills up with 4 gallons of beer, and I'm gonna move it towards Falcon.
Excellent.
4 gallons.
4 gallons of beer.
I feel like Devin just made a friend.
Oh yes, you just gave a dwarf a free ticket for beer, and I am not going to say no.
And you guys both make things, and now there's beer. This is fun. You might be able to even see past the snake part.
Look, now I've just called her a snake. I'm not prejudiced because I don't remember what Yuan Ti are. Remember?
I know.
I know she looks like a snake. Calm down.
Alguin's just naturally racist.
It's not offensive.
Especially
Snakes
against
are beautiful. Obviously.
because apparently they sit on the roof and make terrible, terrible squawking noises.
Again,
And touch things that they're not supposed to.
I mean, it
nothing.
is a
Man.
sweeping generalization because I've met one, and they didn't make any squawking noises, but the other one, all they've done is make squawking noises.
Is Jinx's new name Scuttle?
Oh my god.
Wow, 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 wow.
Now both of them are squawky.
I'm going to learn to play this thing that Devin
Absolutely
gave
not.
me.
Wit is not making that undignified of a noise in front of Misery.
Well, Misery, Wit, you come out. You see Valguin's eating again as Devin is pushing across some kind of jug towards him. Trix is nowhere to be seen. And a beautiful, sweet, sweet romantic music still playing upstairs somewhere.
Hold on. I'm gonna walk outside really quick, look up on the roof, look for Jinx, see that she's surrounded by undead, relax a little bit, take out the copper wire, cut the shit! And then I'm going back inside.
No, I gotta learn this.
Give me a perception check.
Me or Jinx?
Wit.
Okay. He's not terrible at this. He's not terrible at this.
The rainbow shimmering barrier is gone.
Oh shit. I'm trying to remember. He has enough context that that's...
That was there when you guys
He knows.
arrived.
So he knows enough that that's something... Magically,
And
he
Rothan
knows
had to
enough
like
that that's
vouch
something.
for you guys for it to let you pass through.
Problem.
And it's gone.
He's running back inside. Misery! I'm sorry. Barrier's gone. I'm assuming that's pretty important.
Oh, that's not a good thing.
We're finding Godfrey anyway, right?
Yep.
We gotta go talk to Godfrey
yes.
anyway, so let's go.
Yep, give me a survival check. See if you how fast or how long it takes you to find
Wait,
Godfrey.
both of us? Hold on.
You can either do individual or
Oh.
one help the other.
Sorry, I rolled already.
Alright.
The other one.
So-
The way I'm rolling today is total shit, so you might wanna.
Misery, roll your own.
Okay. Oh, I'm not proficient in that. Terrible.
Oh no.
I pass it off if she's in a bad mood.
I
Worried
mean,
about
that's fair
Worried
that
about
she's in a bad mood. There's things happening. Okay,
All the
so
time.
let's go take our last potty break. Make it quick. Come back and finish this up. fun we can get into. Okay, so looking for Sir Godfrey. Shoot, I mean, you're just up and down and over and around, and it takes a little while. It takes at some point you're like asking a couple of zombies like where the fuck Godfrey is, and one of them will tell you that he's at the quarry. They don't give you directions. That just tells you where he's at.
Do you know where that's at, Misery?
DM, I don't remember. Does she?
You went down with Bellery to go find the Starstone.
Oh, so then yes.
All right, lead on. Let's go.
Yep.
Where are you going?
Wit's gonna follow Misery to the quarry.
Misery knows where the quarry is?
I don't remember. I don't know.
She went there. Yeah, you went with Bellery and Valgwyn to go look for the Starstone the first time.
They did. Both of them went down to the quarry at least once with him.
Oh, I think it was like, oh, we might need you. Never mind.
That did happen.
She was like,
give me a history roll, Misery. Nothing really happened that why you would remember that particular place.
normal?
Yeah.
Oh, girl.
No, she's too stressed out. She don't
You
remember
got
that.
this. You got this.
I
it's
was
not bad.
only looking for a 10. You hit 11.
You did it.
You know
You
where
did it,
it's
girl.
at. You two get there. There's no elevator down, though. They're both already down. So you'll have to wait. One will eventually come up.
Can
And Sir
I
Godfrey's there.
fly
On it.
with Misery? Is she small enough that I can carry her?
Nope.
Right.
You can't carry anybody. You barely carry your equipment whenever you're in the hybrid form.
Oh dear. Little noodle arms. Oh, I got a +2 to strength. That's not horrible.
Uh-huh. It's not horrible. It's still flying, not, legs on the ground, lifting.
Gotta wait for the elevator.
Eventually, you gotta wait for the elevator, and eventually, Sir Godfrey does come up with Sir Peter.
Oh no.
And they both just look at the both of you, like look at each other, look at you. So something I can help you with?
Wit's gonna look at Misery.
Of course, all in Draconic.
Wit will respond back in Draconic. Does Misery speak Draconic?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, she learned it that fast?
Don't you know who your son is?
Well, yeah, but...
Couple of concerns we just wanted to bring to your attention. I'm based on the fact that you're out here, I'm sure you've observed that the barrier's down, and I didn't know whether that was an important thing to be reporting. Also, it appears that there's a strange thing happening in the chapel with the princeling and your champion. Seem to be ghost-like and non-responsive to any form of attempts at communication.
They both start running.
Okay. Following.
So, like, full on kicking dirt up as they're running, like, just booking it. Because they're dead and you're not, they actually get faster than you. Because They don't have to worry about their mental muscles getting tired. They ignore that. They keep going. All right. So coming up and around and looping back. Valgwyn, if you're still awake or not, and Devin, if you're still sitting at the table or not, would see two dead guys running through this place, heading towards the kitchen. Full on sprint running. As though the world is ending.
And I'll fill up the beer alchemy jug again and push it towards Valquin.
I just assume I'm still drinking. Maybe, got and just enough to wave as they run by and be like, "Hey, I'm still alive. If you care, but obviously not. See you later."
Devin's trying to get Valgwyn drunk to take all the stuff. Wait, what? Was that out loud?
I'm not gonna steal Valquin's stuff. I just want to know more about how he makes things. And I have to make sure he's got enough fuel. Push the alchemy jug back across the table.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. So I'm going to say probably 3 to 4 minutes later, here comes Misery and Wit running through, huffing and puffing and sweat coming down. The quarry is pretty far distance, so you guys were booking it. And they go right on past you two. So you two head back into the back area there. And you see Rothund. Normal looking-ish, but definitely older. And Rajir, probably physically late teenage, early 20s.
God.
Babies just grow so fast.
Mhm.
They're solid, though? They're not
Yeah, they're
ghosty
solid.
anymore?
They're solid.
I can speak now.
Yeah, you can speak now. You are 17 years older.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Put that in my
How old was Rothan to begin with?
And you're 44 now.
He was a baby before, right?
He was 27.
No.
That's a baby.
I mean, in reference to Misery, you're all babies.
All babies. Every single fucking one of you.
I'm 157 years old, so I don't know.
Still a baby.
Okay, no, so still,
Still a baby.
I'm just the oldest child.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yes.
Oldest child.
You're the eldest.
I may not be the youngest physically, but I seem like it.
That was not what I was hoping for.
Sorry, I could not stop once I started.
Now that I know what that is, I will not touch you again.
I mean, it's fair.
Yeah, burn me half the fucking death.
As he looks up and over to you, Wit, what did your sister do down there?
Honestly, I don't know. We got her up and I didn't ask, and she was all cranky, so she didn't tell me, but this skeleton said something wrong with him. They were half colors. I honestly don't know. I'm assuming she touched something. You want me to go get
Oh,
her?
I know she touched something because I got a feeling when she touched something.
You want me to go get her?
Please do and meet us in the banquet hall.
He will go, and
He-
then he will.
He stands up, and like the clothes no longer fit him, so he like when he stands, like there's like tear as he stretches. He's like, ugh. Gotta get used to this body again. He's almost 6 feet tall now.
Oh, God.
And the horns have grown up to be pointed upwards. They have not yet begun the loop around that you had seen. And he just looks down at you and goes, shall we? Oh, Falcon's alive. Good. As he begins to leave, heads into the kitchen area. You see him. I don't know if you see. I imagine somebody's following him would see him as he lifts up the trap door. That's the cellar. Goes down, comes back up with like a whole back haunch of hog, and just munches on it as he continues past and heads into the banquet area.
I know Misery would be trailing behind him.
And then he sits down at the table, and you see he have a very blank, vacant expression on his face. As Trix get a message from a... Oh, you don't know who, but someone is asking you to come... Actually, let me just... Would you please bring yourself and the sword into the banquet hall?
That's a different voice.
Uncle Larry?
I was just typing that.
My God.
I do. I imagine I was in the training yard, so I do go into the banquet hall.
As you come in, he looks. You see a physically older Rajir.
So I do realize who this is.
I mean, you've seen like the kid form. You briefly saw it whenever you had come through earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure who else would have very angular, chiseled features, smooth face, light silver skin that has lines on it as though there are scales just under that first layer.
Mm-hmm.
With long silver hair that has red streaks through it, these horns that come up, and these bright blue eyes.
Every day with this
And
group,
and
I see something new.
his clothing, like your clothing yesterday, is all shredded about himself. So he's just, he's fitting in.
Yeah, I mean she doesn't even blink at that. So, did you need me in here, or am I hearing voices again?
No, I asked for your presence, please. You are hearing voices, but it was my voice.
Got it. This group shows me something new every day, and I thought Barovia was weird enough as it was. Okay.
As you come over, he like bends down, looks over, and goes, Valgwin, it's nice to see you alive.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one who's apparently developed a fetish for exhibitionism here lately.
Were you successful?
I believe so. I remember making 3 things, but With my current sad state, I believe I've left 2 of them in the forge yet. All I have right now is this, and I'll hold up the hammer, or just motion to it, because I assume it's kind of just floating around the table around me somewhere.
May I?
Please go ahead, and you know what? Let's just for fun flavor, I will just motion my hand, and I assume it floats over to him.
It floats over to him and he grasps it. And when he does, you see that on top of the hammer, it's almost like a brazier is there, and it lights in silvery flame. Well, that will be interesting. And then he lets it go, and the flame is gone, and he gestures it, and it floats right back to Valgwyn. Wits, as you fly up to get your sister, what do?
I'm in hybrid form rather than in bird form, and I'm gonna fly up. I don't if Jinx doesn't stop playing when I'm in range, or if she, I don't know. Do you keep just
Glares.
blasting
I glare at you and keep playing louder.
I'll kind of put my hand out, and you see, you can read my bird face because we've been together a long time, and you see he's got a very serious look on his bird face. And he kind of puts his claw on the flute and go, Jinxie,
What?
we gotta go in and talk to people about what happened down there, okay?
Nothing happened. I'm fine.
It's not a question right now, hon, whether you're fine. It's not about you.
Everything's fine.
Do you see look around you, baby? You see that?
No.
There's no barrier. Something's gone wrong, and they need to know what happened, okay?
I didn't do anything.
I just need you to tell them what happened, okay? Be honest.
There was a jelly that tried to eat me.
Oh, Joffrey, Gerald, he has a name. He was pretty nice. Either way, they're gonna need to know what happened. You don't need to tell me right now. But we gotta come inside and you gotta tell people, okay? They gotta figure out how to fix this, because I think we're in danger. And you know that we need these people.
I know.
Our necks are on the
It
line
wasn't
right
my
now.
fault. It wasn't my fault.
If it wasn't your fault, whose was it? That genie that you keep talking to?
It just wasn't my fault. Okay?
If that thing is causing you a problem, I told you we'd bury it.
No.
Well, then you gotta quit listening to it. If it's telling you to do things, you gotta think twice about it. Otherwise, I'm gonna take that thing and I'm gonna hide it somewhere.
They were shiny. Shiny wit.
You're not wrong.
See?
But you and I both know better than to touch dead bodies in Barovia.
But I pick up shiny things and bring them back, and everybody's happy.
Not when they're dead dragon bodies, darling. That's bigger than either one of our pay raids.
Out, but we'll follow you.
Come on. Just gotta tell them what happened so we can try and put it right, alright?
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Get your bird beak out of my back. I'm not the one showing my tail feathers here. Come on, let's go. And I'll kind of walk off the roof and just...
The little bird hop.
Fly down.
An undead raven follows you, and then the 4 zombies that were up there just jump and fall out down. Splat, 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 splat.
So stupid. Those things are so dumb. They even liked the terrible music.
And then they stand back up and begin to follow.
They're pretty functional.
And that undead raven just right there with you guys.
I'll drop the hybrid form on the ground. Come on, you.
I keep my wings because I feel like it, not follow. Claring.
Okay.
Also, when did Regier become humanoid? Because I don't... Was that earlier today? Did I miss?
Yes, that was today.
Okay, just making sure.
His childlike form was introduced today, and then suddenly some shit happened, and he's a young adult. And
Lovely.
Rothund is visibly older than he was when you saw him this morning.
Okay, I'm just looking at Rotha. You need to stop playing with Vistani makeup.
Checks out, actually. I'm here for that.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna make sure she sits, and then I'm gonna kind of come up behind her and remain standing.
I didn't do anything wrong-ish.
So Rogier looks around at all of you and he goes, I'm going to do something, and I strongly suggest you do not resist.
That sounds scary. Is it something to do with me?
And then there's a visible silver pulse from his body that just encompasses a significant zone.
Mhm.
Would anybody like to attempt to resist?
What does it feel like? Does it
Cold.
feel like cold?
No, that wouldn't bother me then.
Cold never bothered me anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. I was waiting for
No.
that.
I glare at the dragon man and then at my brother, but don't do anything.
Got a hand on your shoulder, just.
Okay. Trix, do you try to resist?
Nope.
Okay. Cool. So when this strange silvery burst that comes out of him encompasses you and goes out within a certain range, if you will, you feel more inclined to be truthful. You feel like your bodily expressions would more easily give you away should you speak falsehoods. So after that happens, he looks around at everybody and goes, well, I assume that by now most of you, some of you, will have noticed that the barrier protecting Arkenvost is gone. This occurrence strangely coincides with the earthquake yesterday, when, looking over at Cheeks, one of us was missing.
Wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything. Not my fault.
So it was your fault and you did do something.
You're mean.
I'm actually not.
The thing... See, it wasn't, like, totally my idea. There was this really pretty moss on the walls, and so I was just, like, scraping that off.
Mm-hmm. And
Shiny bones?
what about the remains of my family members?
Should I start at the beginning?
Just tell us what the fuck you did to those bones, all right? Before I slap you so hard you won't wake up until next week.
I didn't do anything at first. I
Ro-
walked past them.
Rothund, we're having a conversation. If there is any slapping that is going to be needing done, and at this point, you guys can physically see this like silvery blue aura just radiating off of him. What
totally
did you do, Jinx?
I resisted at first. And then my friend in my ring told me to pick up a piece, so I did.
A piece of what? You cut
Scary dragon.
Okay.
A claw. Scary dragon. This dragon is scary, so I squeak out a claw.
From which one? And then you see his like face get real serious. Or was it both?
I listened to the voice.
Answer the question, Jinxie.
I listened to
one?
the voice.
Which ones?
They were both very pretty.
So you took bones from both
I
dragons?
put them back. It's fine. Everything's fine. See, I put them back.
Wit's gonna slide his body just a little bit ahead of Jinx's to kind of block any impending attack and look at Regier and just say, her job in our clan is to look for artifacts, objects. She's good at it. She unearths things. She notices things that the rest of us don't.
Yeah, I pick things up and take them back.
And unfortunately, I think that instinct was still engaged and not her head. And he squeezes your shoulder a little harder in a place she wasn't supposed to be, and I apologize for her. I don't think there was ill intent in spite of terrible things happening.
See him just close his eyes, and you can see that on the table that he's leaning his arms against is just pure ice, just covered and slowly spreading.
And then the jelly tried to eat me after I put them back. And then I hid. Because I was scared of the jelly.
Jinx, are you by any stretch of the imagination familiar of ritualistic sigils, circles, and components?
Not really, I don't think. But I put things back, so it's fine, right?
No.
Whoops.
I've got a great analogy to make you realize just how bad this is. If you were to take a piece of a painting and rip it off, and then try to just slap it back on, would it look right? Would
That's
it work
why I
right?
have mending. That's what mending's for. You just put it back and you magic it together.
Hmm.
The voice wanted me to take more pieces. I didn't.
So did you mend the pieces back that you took? Did that even work?
I just put them right back where I took them from. They weren't attached to anything.
That would probably not work, as those family members' remains were imbued with the Starstone-like properties. Who knows what amplification that would have had if it would have mended the cavern whole rock again, trapping you inside there.
Well, I did think I was going to die after I put them back, so there's that. And did you know there's like that place that has like gates that came down and the gate tried to kill me too, I think.
Yes, the center of the ritual circle.
Oh, I escaped the gate at least, so.
Thank goodness for that. Everybody give me perception checks, please. Jinx hears it. Excuse me. All right, so Jinx, Wit, Trix.
I rolled a 5 and still got a 14.
Wow.
Clerics, man.
So
Was that
Rothun,
disadvantage as well?
yeah, Rothun, Valgwyn, Trix, Wit, and Jinx. All of you can hear some kind of like chirping sound, some kind of weird chirping, skittering sound.
What was that?
Where's it coming from?
Can I tell which way it's coming from?
Seems to be outside.
I had to guess probably Strahd or one of his minions coming in to ruin the day.
Since I have no idea what's going on here, I definitely head outside with my big sword.
So,
Skittering sounds.
Mr.
So-
Dragon, can I, like, fix things?
Since you said what you were doing first, you get your sword, walk outside, and now everybody's talking about the whole barrier thing being down. You can definitely tell the trees look different. You're not seeing them through that strange shimmer. And on the path itself, going like outside of Argynvost area, how it comes down the hill, and that's where the trees are. You can just see hundreds of ravens landing in tree branches. As one of them lands in the middle of the road and forms into a man you recognize.
Oh, it's been a long time since we had a visit from Daddy.
I'm where ravens?
Are you calling for us, or are you labeling what's around you?
The answer is yes.
As I just kind of,
I
as
can't. Yeah, no.
non-violently as I can manage while carrying this big sword, walk towards the. What is it called?
Rod?
No, it might not be. It could be your leader.
You don't leave the winery?
No.
What do you mean?
He doesn't show up with thousands of were-ravens who are
Yeah,
gonna
well, there's not
chant.
thousands of us. There's like 10.
Do you go outside? What? The ones who were staying inside as Trix took off and went. What are you guys doing?
I am way too scared of Dragon Man that I am sitting there staring at Dragon Man.
It sounded... Scratching and clicking sounded like bats to me, so I'd have followed.
Okay.
I have sent Rofund a mental request for assistance.
A mental request.
Yes.
There's no response.
I used the hammer, not barrel.
You beat him upside the head?
No! It's one of the
The hammer
properties
lets
of
them-
the hammer.
You haven't had time. You haven't attuned to that.
Yeah, I did. I've had it with me for like the last hour. At
You've been
least.
eating and sleeping, not attuning.
God.
Oh yeah, I gotta specify that very genie. Yeah.
It's been following me
will-
around though.
I will wait till the alchemy
Yeah, it's
jug
following
is
you
empty
around.
Oh God.
when Valgwyn pushes it back, and I will make sure it's empty and put the jug back into my bag.
Okay.
And
So Wit's the only one who said that they're actively following Trix because of the sound. So Wit, you coming outside, because you guys are still kind of tinkering inside with some stuff. Wit, it's a bunch of were-ravens. And the one who transforms and stands up is Adrian.
Yeah, I'll just
Hey.
sit here, guys. Have fun out there.
Adrian, what are you doing here?
Well, we were hoping for a safe place, but apparently this place has lost its protection.
Safe place. What happened to the winery?
The stone that was brought back was still corrupted. The winery is now a swamp. And the hag
Corrupted?
rules there.
Oh. It's just mistakes on mistakes today. I can't invite. I can ask him if you're welcome in the house. I can't invite you in. The Lord is holding court at his table. I can ask him if y'all can be welcome in. But
Argenvost is free of his time bubble thing.
no, but the representative is. And unfortunately, Jinx has made a decision that has angered him, so we're dealing with that currently, and I don't think he feels like doing favors for any more were-ravens.
She lives up to her name.
Yes, you do.
Well, I mean, there are 300 or so of us, so if you could speed things along, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll have to split up again.
And you're asking for what? What am I petitioning for?
Help.
Okay, alright, I'm going. Trix, don't stab him, please. I'll head back in. And now Wit looks like 17 years older, but it's just because, like, his hair is now suddenly gray, and his and he's like, oh god, how am I supposed to ask the angry dragon for help for my people when Jinx is sitting at this table that just did this thing?
Oh, I follow you back in, and seeing you obviously distressed, I just say, so there's about a bunch of rare ravens out there that are asking for a place to stay. I just blurted out.
Thanks, Jinx. I mean, Trix.
I'm not a were raven.
Sorry, I know.
As Regier, like, turns and goes,
Apparently the winery is overcome by a swamp, and they are looking for help and a place to stay.
I thought you all killed the hag.
Oh, yeah, we
Strahd
did.
brought her back.
And then Strahd brought her back immediately.
Apparently she's his mom.
Apparently the stone was still corrupted when we brought it back, and so now it's her territory. And they've been displaced.
Well, how are we supposed to know that the stone was corrupted?
Honestly, it's probably something I should have looked at better. I'm not that great with magic, but I should have taken a look.
Don't exactly have the place for 100 ravens. Or more? How many of...
It's like 300. Even if it's just a safe place for the night, we've broken up into smaller clans before. We can do it again.
I apologize, as you know, I've only recently been hatched and aged rapidly. Who leads you all?
Would you like me to
Adrian?
invite him in? Adrian is here.
Just the one, for now. We will discuss mutually beneficial arrangements.
Jinx looks more terrified at this fact.
So the leader, Adrian, right? He can come in.
Yes, please.
I poke my head out the door, and I holler, "Yo, Adrian!"
Yo,
Go, Adrian!
Go, Adrian! I did it!
I couldn't resist. I'm so sorry. I couldn't resist.
What?
That makes me so happy.
That's fine. He begins to walk in, head inside, and that's where we'll end tonight's episode of Curse of Strahd.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, it's the
You're
worst
gonna,
family reunion
you're
ever.
gonna get, you're gonna.
Please, not my fault. I swear that part's not my fault.
He's gonna turn your feathered ass over his knee.